EP.
Ooh, look at us.
How
looking
we
real
looking?
Smooth. Why are we looking smooth, boy? Let's go.
How we looking out there? I'm legit want to pull it up on the screen, see if it looks any different at all. We don't got those Deuce and Mo cams, but
yeah, that's next level. I mean, I don't think what's his name, Scorsese. I don't think he has those cameras that Deuce and Mo have.
I don't know. I guess it looks different. I don't know. We look good. Put us on the TV. We're in HD.
If you have an 8K TV, you can see us in 8K.
You can watch us in 8K. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So, no, studio was never going to be today. Studio was never going to be today. The studio was going to be Monday. And no, the studio is not Monday. Studio might be Tuesday. It was never going to be today. We were never, ever going to be in the studio today. But we might be in there Tuesday. And you might get an extra show Monday. Because we're ultimately going to have to test this all together. The radio, the stream. Like, we're just going to have to cut off Damon and Ratto. For like 10 minutes. We're just going to have to check all of this to make sure that it works. But yeah, we'll be here on Monday. Yep, sorry about that. It will not happen again. It will not happen again.
Unforeseen circumstances.
We are a bitch. See, unforeseen circumstances should be happening like once a year, not once a week. Yeah, it's a cold world right there. Cold world. Reminder, Deuce and Mo's Night Chat is back following Kings games this season.
I think the Kings Herald are doing something pre and post, possibly. Yeah. Keep your alerts on. I might hop in there every now and then.
Oh, my. If you like your own tweet, does that count? Tweeting into the great abyss, Jesse says.
Half-assed attempt.
Oh, for real. Oh, you already know, JT.
Yeah,
you
man.
Already know, house party. We on it.
Yes, sir. That was
like an overhand.
That was a straight right.
Looked over.
Floyd did that to perfection. One of the most disrespectful punches in boxing. Now, granted, when Floyd did it, both people were squared up, so there's a little difference. But squared up, and usually you lead with the jab. You know, Floyd would come here with the right, just get him, just disrespectful.
Oh man. Andy Dalton starting versus the Seahawks this week.
Seahawks might be 3-2 when this is all said and done.
It might be. Thank God they got rid of that quarterback. Jesus Christ.
Hey, just title this Friday episode. Kenny said, I told you so. That's all today's going to be.
Man. I can't. I mean, Nathaniel Hackett doesn't know how to be an NFL head coach. That's clear. But now I'm skeptical whether Russell Wilson knows how to be a quarterback. Like, what are you doing? Good. Yeah, that's not endearing when you're getting your ass kicked. First hour and last hour, Tyler. 12:50 and 3:20. 12:50 and 3:20. We got you today.
What, Ramsey? They're playing right now? Oh, okay. I thought they were in America or Canada playing right now. That might be the last Sharks talk we get on the show, and it wasn't even on the show. Yeah, I didn't see the new ones. I like the black alternates they usually have. Sharks. I like all of the uniforms in California. They're all pretty nice. The Warriors ones.
It's the last day this update ever ends. It starts at 12. This is it. This is it. This is it. This is it. 12:02. So we leave for one day and everybody's got something to say. Well, we back. We apologize for missing yesterday. We assure you it will not happen often. We'll give you an update on everything that's going on in the brand new D-Lowe and KC studios in Roseville, California. And we have got some things to say. I told y'all Russell Wilson was washed. Y'all didn't listen. Y'all came up in here and you argued with me day after day that this dude had a great season 2 years ago and all of this nonsense. And I tried to tell y'all from jump, yo, Russ ain't what he used to be. I've been watching him. Watch more games, y'all. You need to watch more games. I've been telling y'all about Russ, but you won't listen. We'll get to that football game later. It's a 49ers Friday. We've got Kings basketball coming up this weekend. We've got our loaded Friday lineup with a twist and a Krick, Trysta Krick, the corporate champion, by the way. Did you listen to the new episode of the Heat Check podcast?
I didn't get to it. What's going on here?
Corporate champion. I'll let her explain.
Oh my!
I'm fearful Trysta has gone corporate. That's right. We'll talk to her at 2:00. Not only will Kyle Madson be with us at 2:20, his partner on Candlestick Chronicles, Chris Biderman, will be with him and us as well. Of course, James Ham, final hour of the show. Kings practice going on right now. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
He's a clown.
Indeed, he is. TMZ released the video of Draymond Green just cold cocking Jordan Poole. So there's a lot to take away from this video. Of course, Twitter is full of tough guys, and here's what I would have done. Here's this would have done. I saw our man Bansky tweet, wait. How can it be a sucker punch if the man was in your face and you put your hands on him? Draymond was looking for a confrontation. He was on the other side of he was on the baseline. He walked over to the sideline. He was yapping away. Jordan Poole pushed him away. He swung and he caught Jordan Poole tough. Who fell straight back against the wall. I think went all the way down to the ground. Things were broken up. There's a lot to digest with just this video itself and the act. But I know Draymond Green is one of your favorite topics, so I'll let you lead.
Let me first off say this, Damian. I'm in a bit of a conundrum here because
I hate those.
I didn't get into this profession to talk bad about these athletes. It's actually the exact opposite. I got into this profession because I saw a lot of people that really didn't understand the culture of these games and these athletes and these locker rooms, speaking so definitively about something that, like, you don't. I'm not gonna name no names, but bro, you have no idea what it's like. So why are you talking the way you are? Why are you coming down so hard on this young man? Because you don't know anything about that locker room. You don't know anything about where he came from. You don't know anything about who he is as a man, but yet you're so definitive with how you feel. I didn't like that. Just growing up being a listener and listening to media, I didn't like that. So I was like, I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to give a different perspective, a different level of understanding to these athletes and their stories. That's how I got into this. So when it comes to Draymond Green, I don't know that man. I don't know him as a man. I've never had a talk with him. I've never had a conversation, never broke bread with him, popped champagne with him, nothing like that. I don't know how he is as a man. All I can go by is what he shows himself to the general public. And this guy ain't it, man. This guy is not it. And this is just another chapter in a long list of incidents. We'll say that when it comes to Draymond Green. And I was telling Jesse before the show, man, I'm not here to talk about I was the only one that said it. That's not what I'm saying. But I sniffed out a long time ago. For me personally, Draymond Green doesn't seem like the type of guy that I like to be around. The type of guy that I'd like to put stock into. I think he's an opportunist. I feel like he's not a leader. Like all this leader talk that's been going on for so many years. He's the real leader of the world. He's not a leader. He never has been a leader. Never has been. I would never teach my son to lead, quote unquote, lead the way Draymond Green leads. He's a front runner. I think he's an opportunist. And I always say all the time, I've said this since the show started in regards to Draymond Green. Never mistake activity for achievement. Just because he's loud, just because he talks a lot. I'm wary of people who like run their mouth nonstop just in general. But just because he's loud and he talks all the time does not mean he's a leader. It doesn't mean that he's like super smart. I'm not here to call him dumb, but it's not, he's super smart as basketball IQ. It means he's just loud and talks a lot. And we've seen a number of different incidents with him, from the way he handled his coach, from his actions on the court in the NBA Finals, from the way he treated James Wiseman a number of different times, from the way that he's handled Jordan Poole now. This is not a guy. This guy, it's not surprising to me at all. And he's pulled the wool over the eyes of a lot of people for a long time. He's an average NBA player. You know, he does a lot of good things out there for his team, but he's an average NBA player that's in a great situation, surrounded by great players around him. And it's about to come to an end. And he knows it, because in my opinion, seeped in everything that we saw and some of the things that we've heard about the relationship between him and Jordan Poole, there's a lot of jealousy involved. And he sees he's not getting the money that Jordan Poole, they're going to give it to him. He's going to be gone. Then he's either going to go play with LeBron or he's going to retire. You will not see a situation where Draymond Green goes and plays for the Charlotte Hornets. He's going to be forced out of Golden State, or he's going to go to Los Angeles and play with LeBron. That's what he's going to do. And he was getting boxed out, and there's a level of jealousy that played into this whole thing with Jordan Poole. No doubt in my mind.
I agree with you that he 100% agree with you. And that was actually my first thought when I heard about the altercation. It definitely was reinforced after we saw the TMZ video this morning. And I have some thoughts on that video as well, like the fact that the video is actually out there, that we'll get to as we move along here. But he is aware of his situation now. I think particularly after that performance in the NBA Finals, a lot of national media, he's done a really good job of giving 3-minute answers at press conferences and enduring himself to the national media, and that's all the media cares about. Let's not sugarcoat this. We know what it is. We're talking about sound bites. Peyton Manning was a master of saying a lot and not saying anything. Aaron Rodgers talks, so people deal with the downside and the bad. You know, they ignore a lot of ugly stuff when it comes to Aaron Rodgers. Draymond Green is clearly at the end of his career. He's clearly at the end of his career where he can produce on the floor, and I think he recognized that. And it's amazing to me that we're talking about this dude barely played half the games last year. 7-7-7 roughly is his numbers. Dude played 63 and a 72 the year prior, 43 and a 72 the year before that, and 66 games the year before that. All of those years is roughly 7, 7, and 6, 7, 7, and 7. It's also, this is who we're talking about. And what really feels gross to me was the response from the Warriors. Clearly, the Warriors didn't plan on this video getting out. And there's been a lot of discussion about how this video got out today and who was behind it. You think the Warriors might have been behind this, like intentionally leaking this video? Clearly, you didn't hear what Bob Myers had to say yesterday. They downplayed this as much as they possibly could yesterday. Oh, it was nothing. He apologized. He left. Sometimes separation is the best thing for everybody. That is not someone who planned on leaking this video less than 12 hours later, 12 some odd hours later. That was an individual who was trying to downplay this situation as much as possible. And for the life of me, I can't figure out why this organization is so unwilling to move on from this dude.
I have no clue.
They are paying record-breaking amounts in the luxury tax for him? For 7, 7, and 7? How you feel if you're Jordan Poole and you hear somebody, whether it's a teammate, whether it's an announcer, whether it's a writer, whether it's a member of the media, talk about Draymond Green, the leader of this organization?
A lot of people got it twisted, man. They really got it twisted. And we'll talk about it more on the other side.
Let's untwist it.
If I hear somebody one more time talking about they wouldn't have 4 championships without Draymond Green,
that's absurd.
I'm going to throw this towel that's next to me.
That's absurd. Here's how you're automatically disqualified from this conversation. If you have ever used the phrase, the Warriors would have beat the Cavs if Draymond Green hadn't been suspended. If you've ever used that argument, you're suspended from the conversation. You are not allowed to participate. We're going to come back because Draymond talking about he can't get up for the sorry MFers. Okay. Y'all waited 24 hours for it. Where you got it? It's D-Lo and KC back here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Right,
Thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Exactly. Goofy, man. Just flat out goofy. Flat out goofy. Oh, hold on. John just sent me this clip.
That Jordan did that showed me he's going to be all right in this league. Actually happened in training camp of his rookie year. Jordan came into camp talking shit to everybody, and I remember one day him and Glenn Robinson III, they got into it. All these guys are coming to me like, tell him to shut up. His young ass always got something to say. But I'm like, I'm not going to tell him to shut up. If you can't handle him talking shit, that's on you. At that moment, though, the way he was getting under guys' skin, I appreciated that. You know, you.
No, this jealousy. It's absolute jealousy. I said that before we saw the video. Because he had another clip about Jordan Poole. Something about he lost a 3-point shooting contest in Japan or something like that to Clay. And it's just the way Draymond was talking. He's like, oh, yeah, he tried to downplay it after he lost. No, you keep that. You wasn't downplaying it before. You was talking all big and bad before. Like, bro, we talking about a 3-point contest. Yeah, I'll shoot your sorry ass. No, beat Draymond.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Hey, you're a little hot, Jesse. Does your mic go up and down, or is it always the same? Yeah. Oh, okay. No, you said no. It's fine. It was just really loud. But if they mess with the say, that's all right.
Casey, you got something in your yeah, I'm assuming you mean beard. Maybe
You got it.
it.
Man, we really are in high definition. I can't even see it.
I was over here. Good looking, Tyler. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah. Got that 8K.
Yeah, Collins, you just brought this up. I don't remember this, but they do.
Oh, man, we appreciate y'all being here. Cam, if you're watching, I'm really sorry you ventured over to Cowherd yesterday.
Sorry,
bro. About
brother.
it. Yeah, we'll talk about it. Oh, they released the deluxe edition of the Velvet Rope today. I missed that. I was listening to Quavo, and I was like, "Oh, we just dropping whole albums." Oh,
the cut to drop. I hope
this is serious.
No, I hope
this is serious.
Hope that really didn't go down.
Oh no, that album's out.
No, what the biggest quote that came out of that album.
Oh.
That would be terrible. Bro, it's 49er Friday. Come on, man. 49er Friday. Gotta have a Niner gear on, baby.
Shoot.
Okay.
It's all right.
Eric, absolutely he was, man. Willie, man. That was one of the GOATs for Niner history, man. No doubt. 5'2". Yeah. You had to do it, man. You had to do it. There's no shame in that. I don't want to say there's no honor in sticking around, but sometimes just get in and get out, man. That reminds me, Young Sav, everybody get your picks in. I didn't get my pick in last night, but I would have lost anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
and yes, I have the Chargers.
Sorry ass Colts to beat anybody. Man, that offense, that Broncos offense, God almighty. You can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. You could watch the show on Facebook and Twitter as well. You could watch in high definition.
Yeah, man.
Boy, we've got some exciting things coming. We spent a lot of time. We spent virtually the entire day yesterday in our new studio. And shout out to our engineer team. Like I call it our studio. It's not, but it is. Like they are constructing this thing for us. Like we're gonna do the show as normal on Monday, and then we're gonna race over to the new studio, and we're gonna do some sort of a second show. And I don't know if that second show was only on the stream. I don't know if that show was on the stream and the radio. I don't really know, but we're doing a full test run with the hopes of being in the new studio on Tuesday.
Yeah, man. Yeah, exciting stuff. It was good to be in the studio or in the office yesterday and
packed
see
house
everybody.
Yesterday.
Yeah, it was, man. It was good to see all the people out there, man. Shout out to our girl Mia Moore. Seeing her, DJ Squints, whole crew, and all the execs, man. Getting the opportunity to meet them, man. That was good stuff.
Yeah, man. We had a lot of fun. They just all like almost simultaneously ran over to Kenny the second he walked in the door. Like I'm trying to carry this stuff, and they almost knock me over. I'm just trying to get to Jesse. I'm trying to get free, and there's this big crowd of people coming over to shake Kenny's hand. But
once you said, nobody believes you anymore with this. Nobody believes you. These things don't happen.
Jesse, did that happen or didn't it?
I was in the studio doing my work like a good producer and stuff. I tried, what the hell is that noise? I'm trying to work. And then was just mobbing. It's Kenny.
See, all right then.
They didn't even know my name. I needed a name placard.
That's a lie. They created the name placker for me. There was this one woman who had this list. And this is funny. Like, I can laugh at it. She's like, hi, who are you? I said, Damien. That's how I introduced myself to Damien. And she's looking at this list and she goes, what station do you work for? She's like looking and looking. I'm like, D-Lo. I'm D-Lo. Oh, which do you prefer? I don't care. I don't care. So the Draymond Green. By the way, we got Kings tickets coming up in 30 minutes. So just keep that in the back of your head. 30 minutes. We're coming up. We're going to talk Kings basketball as well. Zach Lowe had some things to say about the Kings. Surface stuff, like everyone is basically saying the same thing at this point. We'll look ahead to the weekend with the Kings and the Blazers. Talk about that as well. Colin Cowherd said some stupid stuff I really want to address also. And Draymond Green said some stupid stuff I want to address also. Man, that video, that sure looked like a practice video that came out. Like that wasn't a media member with their phone. That was a closed practice. That looked like something coaches review after. That looked like a film study type video. And I mean, who's the third man? That sure felt like an inside job getting that to TMZ. The fact that TMZ, I think, was the one who broke the story of the altercation. Yeah. It wasn't The Athletic.
Or I don't know. You might have saw it before. I saw it from Shams or Woj. I saw it from Woj.
I think TMZ broke it. I don't know. We'll have to check timestamps and all of that.
I don't have the alerts on them, so they did.
But to have for them to be the ones that released the video, it's like, oh, I can put two and two together here. Mm. What's going on? Does the video? It didn't sound like anything was going to happen yesterday. Mm-hmm. Sounded like absolutely nothing was going to happen. You could say Draymond Green punched Jordan Poole. You could verbally say that, and everyone in their head can figure out what that means. A punch can mean a lot of things, especially an NBA punch.
Right.
An NBA punch can mean 20 different things. But then you see it, and you're like, oh, that's a punch. Like he punched him with intent. Does that change how the Golden State Warriors will handle this moving forward?
It's a good question. It might, and I think you'll understand me when I say this. I'm not comparing the two, but Ray Rice, when we heard what happened, it was one thing. When we saw it, it heightened it, right? Like it was like, oh my gosh. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm not comparing the two. I'm just using that as an example.
Using that. I know what you mean.
I'm just saying like we have the visual of it now, and that usually it shocks people a little bit more. You know what I mean? Once again, I want to be perfectly clear, the two situations are not the same. I'm just talking about from when you hear something to actually seeing a video. The Warriors may do something now. A lot of people feel like they have to do something now that it's out.
But what kind of sucker move is it if you do? Because we know you're not punishing the act anymore. Mm-hmm. You're punishing the act that we saw. Those aren't the same things. You're not punishing Draymond for his behavior.
Right.
You're punishing Draymond because we saw his behavior. Those aren't the same thing. And to me, like, Bob Myers, keep the same energy. Stand in front of the firing squad. The headline, Draymond Green punches Jordan Poole. Draymond Green has physical altercation during practice. Jordan Poole pulled apart, told to leave practice, doesn't practice the next day. As someone who runs an organization, if I was someone who runs an organization, that's grounds for suspension. I saw it. That's grounds for suspension. Mm-hmm. My mind shouldn't be changed because the video leaked and everybody else saw it. That's weak.
No, I agree.
I mean, your punishment, to be clear, but what Bob Myers said and alluded to yesterday, that was, in my estimation, I don't run a team, was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But now changing your energy, that'd be wrong too. The Warriors put themselves in a spot here that just they're catching heat either way. In my opinion,
help me figure this out a little bit and work through this, because I know you think it's absolutely ridiculous, the notion that the Warriors leaked this out, but I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to work through this live on air with you.
It's all right.
They suspended him for less. They suspended him for the Kevin Durant thing.
Right. Correct.
So one of my spidey senses is they want to move on from Draymond. But if you make it look like you want to move on from Draymond, that lowers the value. Now, where this gets a little clunky is it doesn't help like trade value and all this other stuff with a video out. So why would you leak the video out if you're trying to, maintain any type of value or get what you can for them?
But 4 days ago, 3 days, whatever, 4 days ago, what, like, truly on the trade market, what value did Draymond Green have? And I'm not trying to minimize him as a.
Well, you're
as
asking the wrong guy.
Like what? Like, but
you're asking
realistically, you've got to make contracts match. He has a big contract. Like, what are you? Draymond Green's value right now is every other trade for every other player of that contract. Like, he doesn't have a great trade value. He has the value of a final year salary dump. Mm-hmm. That's what he has. I don't know that it's any different 4 days ago, 2 days ago, or this morning. Mm-hmm. The point being, it's minimal. It's contract matching at best. I'm just,
and I hear what you're saying. And when I say you're asking the wrong guy, it's not because I know what Draymond Green. It's like I'm thinking as a GM, why would I?
Right,
I would trade for Draymond Green, right. Like just on the salary alone. But I'm trying to wrap my head around why the Warriors didn't suspend him. Number one, because they've suspended him for less. And number two, I saw Myers. I didn't see Kerr, but I saw Myers and Steph. And they didn't take that light. They didn't look like people who took that lightly. The only thing that I could think of, and I don't even think this is true because I think Joe Lacob allows them to do whatever they want to do, is maybe Bob Myers wanted to, and Joe Lacob said no. But I'm trying to make sense of why they didn't suspend him. They've done it for less, and they looked very, very visibly shook by what took place. Shook and mad by what took place yesterday.
Yeah, they just didn't respond that way, though. Their
demeanor
didn't match.
I'm trying to figure out why they didn't. There's something nefarious, if you ask me. I don't believe, and I'm not here to seem like some type of Warriors front office defender, and I'm like, I don't believe they just thought it's okay, we're not suspending them and move on. It could be something as simple as Joe Lacob or somebody saying, "Look, we're not going to have him suspended on ring night." If they didn't win the championship last year and it was a regular opening night, I'm telling you, I'm telling you that
what are we doing? If that's even remotely the thought, that's awful. What's that say to Jordan Poole? That's what I keep going back to. What's that say to Jordan Poole?
It says you don't matter. Because
what's that say to the rest of the young players there? A team, by the way, that is full of young players. What's it say to them?
And I'm with you. You
don't think Warriors, there's a Young Warriors group chat that don't talk? The Young Warriors group chat looks like ours when it comes to Draymond. It looks like the show chat when it comes to Draymond Green. Like, there's no way they're feeling this
clips of him shooting the three. Laughter. Look at this shot.
Remember that game where the Danny in San Francisco, all of these Warrior media people, he's talking to James Wiseman. Oh, look at this. Look at Draymond.
I think that's when you started to see things my way. That was the moment you started to see things my way with Draymond.
Oh, no, I think I've always felt the way that you felt. I was just so agitated that like that dude could be telling him the most basic. You have no idea what he's saying because he's moving his mouth and he's moving his hands and he's doing this and he's touching the guy's chest and telling him to go over here. You think he's doing something.
Bro, it's even worse, Damien. We had audio. Remember, he was mic'd up and he said, yo, this is when you go over there, I want you to go. Yeah, when they were playing the Lakers. When you go over there, I want you to get that ball and you go to work.
That's
all right?
Right. That's right.
Oh, leadership. Look at him teaching the young pup. Are you crazy?
I guarantee you, James Wiseman was like, sit your ass down. Like, I know what to do. What are you talking about?
James Youngman was like, get out of my face, scrub.
How about you go over there? I want Steph to get me the ball. I want someone who's actually a threat from 3-point range to pass me the ball rather than you doing it to where I'm getting doubled immediately. I wonder I got 2 damn points in this game because you keep throwing me the ball.
I dog you out every day, and I'm like 12 years old. I don't need you who shoots with a backpack to tell me where I need to go.
Can you imagine Draymond Green in the waning years of his career being the downfall of this just tremendous organization and what they've built? They just can't get over their love of Draymond Green.
I feel like he's got to go.
He absolutely has to go.
And it depends on how you do it. I mean, they could be looking at the situation right now like, well, he's not going to be here next year. So play it out and play nice for everybody. But in some respects, like, he's got to go now.
You got to go.
How you going to get him out of there, though? We just said he ain't got no value.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Someone will do it. Shoot, call Minnesota. They're froggy. Like, see what Minnesota's willing to do.
Once again, you know what would happen though? He just retire.
100%.
Or he'd be out. His back is bothering him.
That's the thing. Draymond Green is absolutely God, they are focused on. Man, the Warriors are just taking L after L after L. Ramona Shelburne tweets, reporting with Adrian Wojnarowski, the Golden State Warriors are taking every legal course of action to discover how video of Draymond Green punching Jordan Poole during a scuffle in practice on Wednesday was made public. That's what you're concerned about? 7-7-7. Y'all doing this for this dude?
Damien.
Man.
Damien.
You know how bad Kings fans would boo a dude that was 7-7-7? Man, they would have ran his ass out of here years ago.
Damien, to the crowd that says we wouldn't have won 4 championships without Draymond. The guy got benched in the finals. What are you talking about? This guy was crying because the crowd was chanting at him and booing after game 3. He was just all distraught, like, oh, I don't know what to do. And then he came back. He came back with a bounce back performance of 2, 9, and 8. That's 1 of 7 from the field. This guy was benched last year. Kevon Looney was outplaying him in the finals. And when I say bench, I mean benched.
No, he was benched.
He was benched in the finals. How the hell did he help him win a championship last year? He didn't do nothing in the finals. They got better when he got off the court. I'm saying he's a fraud, and they all getting fooled over there. He's a fraud. I've been saying it for years. He's a fraud. They won the championship last year in spite of him. They got better once they benched his ass. So there's that. And then they wouldn't have 4. Oh, I'm sorry. Prime Steph, Prime KD, and Prime Clay wouldn't have won without Draymond Green. That sounds ridiculous, man.
KD's Achilles stay intact and Draymond goes out.
Facts. Draymond and in that final,
Toronto. They're beating Toronto. And I like that Toronto team a lot.
And in that finals, Pascal Siakam was cooking Draymond Green. This supposed great defender. Pascal Siakam destroyed Draymond Green in that finals. Don't give me that.
I do not understand how this narrative around this dude got built. Let's get and he had moments. He was a really good player at a time in his career. That was like 5-6 seasons ago.
The ironic thing about, I know we'll get to it. The ironic thing about it, the best he was, they didn't even win the championship.
Right. Exactly.
the best he ever played, they
38
didn't
and
win.
12. Yeah. They lost. He scored almost half their points and they lost in game 7. It's like a 90-point game. Draymond had 30 something.
He's a fraud, bro.
Let's get our brother Sean in here. 916-909-1320. Save that number. I'm going to say it again. 916-909-1320. We're going to be giving away Kings tickets in about 12 minutes. Sean, what's good, baby?
Yo, my brothers from another mother. Shout out Jesse behind the boys, man. I wish I called in about 20 minutes now that I know I got y'all a little contest going on. Damn, I'm over here missing out.
Well, you can call back. Like it's not a 1 call per day, rule. Like you can get back in.
I'm just gonna have Jesse put me on hold and then click me back in when the contest starts. But
and you'll be caller number 1. Congratulations.
Hey man, sound like we called it the 102 contest back in the day. But, my quick take, man, is look, man, I don't want to sound like the Draymond defender, and that's definitely not my point. Because I'll make another point to kind of straddle it. But what I want to put out there is when you've got a lot of smaller dudes on your team who do a lot of shimmying and shaking, do a lot of braggadocious stuff every time they hit a 3. Sometimes you just need that OG on your team to give you a little bit more street cred so you don't get ran over next time you come down the floor. You know what I mean? He's the ultimate, I'll put it out there, fake bully in the NBA right now, because you look at the guys he steps to. KD, 150 pounds, soaking wet. Jordan Poole, 4th year in the league, hasn't even done nothing, fighting for a contract spot. And then a dude like LeBron, when he finally is his same size, he kicks him in the nuts and then invites him to his wedding. That is just some sucker stuff right there, man. But what I did want to put out there, I got to ask my question, man, is Draymond the biggest fake bully in the NBA of all time? I think of guys like KG, who never really wanted to step to nothing. Guys like Barkley, who throw overhand shots when they fighting guys like Shaq. It's a lot of dudes nowadays who do a lot of chirping, but not a lot of fighting. I'll take it off the air. Y'all keep it real
PG.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Draymond did just punch somebody in the face. Like I don't know.
He punched somebody that was 5 inches shorter.
It was a
than him.
sucker move, no doubt. I don't think he's a tough guy. I think
he's not doing it. Brandon Jennings said it earlier perfectly. He saw Tristan in the club, got slapped up by Tristan, and did nothing.
The NBA is full of fake tough guys. Like this isn't a tough sport. Like let's call it like that's okay. That's not what this is. It's not a tough sport. There are tough guys. But overall, there are more guys like Draymond Green and those hold me back guys than there are anywhere else. I mean, I
think Draymond is willing to fight, but he's calculated with his matchups for sure.
Don't do that. That dude ain't willing to fight. He willing to fight some guys.
That's what
He'll fight Shemezi. He'll fight Shemezi Metu.
Yeah.
He ain't gonna fight Mo Harkless.
No. He ain't gonna fight Zebo.
4, 9, 2, 2, 8, and 12. Those were his totals in the finals last year.
They couldn't have won without him, though. Literally
since you mentioned that, let's scroll back and look at that playoff series. 16-28, 6-9, suspended, 8 when he came back, and 32. I said 38. He was 32. He was 32, 15, and 9. And they lost.
And on top of that, we always talk about Game 7. That sounded like Al Bundy Pokai, bro. That's the only time we talk about Draymond like balling. Is that one game that they lost?
Let's see, his career playoff high looks to be earlier that playoffs, game 3. Game 3 against Portland. He scored 37. 37. Well, how about this? 37, 9, and 8.
They
lost by 12.
Well, it is what it is. It is what it is. God, look, man. I'm a coach. I know what I look for in players on my team. There are things that he does on the court that absolutely are important to a team, and you look for people to be able to do those things. He's replaceable.
Three. I got to make sure I got this right. Oh, these are all going way down now. 3 of his 4 highest playoff outputs, the Warriors lost. The one exception is the Cleveland series. In game 2, he scored 28, 7 and 5, and the Warriors won that game by 33. They lost the next game by 30.
I say all the time, if I was coaching against the Warriors, I would leave Draymond open pretty much every time, and I'd try to make him let him score 30. If he scores 30 and that's what beats us, I'll tip my hat and say, look, man, it's just a great team. But yeah, this guy. And then I asked the question last night, and Warrior fans are really embarrassing. They really are embarrassing. I asked the question. I said, if Al Horford was switched out for Draymond Green, would the Warriors still have 4 championships? So many no's. No, he's just so vital. No. You guys sound ridiculous. So like I said, first of all, he didn't do anything last year to help him out. I repeat, he got benched. Okay? That's how they got better. That's how they turned things around. He got benched. So he wasn't so vital last year. So that's one of the championships. The other 2, Steph, Clay, and KD. You mean to tell me they wouldn't have won unless they had Draymond Green? Wrong. So that's 3. And 2015, you want to tell me in 2015, with the MVP on the team, they wouldn't have won because of Draymond Green not being there? And more importantly, think about Al Horford in 2015, 2016. They wouldn't have won with Al Horford instead of Draymond Green. You guys, I don't know what Jedi mind trick he's done to you people. I really don't.
The only one I would question at all is 15. That's the only one. 16, obviously, they didn't win. He got benched last year. The KD years, just stop. Just stop it. The only one I'll think about is 15 because that was it was a good Cleveland team. Like I thought those were 2 relatively well-matched teams. We've got to go to break. I had no idea. Sorry, we got to go to break.
Good Cleveland team that they didn't play essentially. Like, let's also be real.
Sure. No, that's absolutely fair. That's a fair point to bring up. We've got we haven't even talked about the clip from the shop yet. We haven't talked about Colin Cowherd and some of the things that are being said about Sacramento. And we've got tickets to the Kings. And we've got those next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
These are the people that don't watch basketball.
Draymond have 1 Defensive Player of the Year award,
I
right?
think so.
1.
Yeah.
1.
Might have been 16, right? I think it was 16.
Sounds right. I don't know. I can look.
Al Horford.
The point being is it's 1.
Yeah. Al Horford is just
17.
He's just fine. It was 17. He's just fine as a defensive player, and he's light years, no pun intended, better as an offensive player. Light years. He's a better teammate. All things he can pass the ball, all this other stuff. Light years being the Warriors.
No,
we're light years ahead of everybody. Yada yada yada.
That's absolutely comedy. What do the Warriors think about this? Well, they're going to get to the bottom of who leaked the video. All right, like that's cool if that's something you want out there. I'm perfectly fine with that. That's the first thing you want out there.
And Damian.
Come on, man. This is bothering me.
Damian.
What the hell is wrong with this?
They leaked the video. That's something you put out there to throw people off the scent.
Do you really think so? Like TMZ, who'd you get it from? We're not telling. Well, here's a subpoena. Steve.Kerr@warriors.com. Come on.
Bro, like I said, I'm trying to figure out why they would do it. But even this little move, no, we're gonna get to the bottom of this.
This is goofy, man.
You leaked the video. Yes.
Yeah.
And you leaked it. If you leaked it, you know you'll never get to the bottom of it. But you got to put it out there to show your outrage with all this.
Well, it doesn't even need to be. It's who has access to that video. That's more what it is because I think that was shot with a team setup. Like who has access to that?
Yeah. There's two things that happen there. One or two things that happen. One thing is whoever was in there, they didn't like the way the Draymond thing was handled. And they said, nah, bro, they trying to downplay this dude was foul. He was foul. And they're not even suspending him, and they put it out. The other thing is they put it out. They saw it for sure.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
And then it's like Jesse said, or you said, I think, I don't know, who has access to it.
Did you read JA's conversation with Fox?
No, terrible day for that to come out. I didn't get a chance to read that at all. I heard it was pretty good though. I heard there was some good stuff in there.
Yeah, I like this the rapid fire stuff they did at the end is interesting.
Oh man,
I saw he deleted something last night.
Did he delete that 16? Is that what he deleted?
I don't know. I didn't see it.
So you go ahead, Jesse. Oh no, somebody in that said like, oh, the Brooklyn Nets are putting a 10 on their court to commemorate the 10 years they've been in Brooklyn. Miami's putting like a 35 on their court to commemorate 35 years being in Miami. And then Hollinger was like, the Kings should put 16 on their court.
Yeah, well,
Hollinger showed why he got fired every day.
That's why he's a former NBA general manager.
He showed why he won and done every
NBA
single day.
front office executive. Jesse's like king of the one-liners. He just says something really funny and then goes, okay, the show's back. Couple of things here. We've got business. Let's do this first.
The ceiling is the roof. Let's make it happen. Let's keep moving forward.
The Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night brought to you by our friends over at ACR Solar and Roofing. Call 916-481-7200 to set your appointment. That heat is back like it never went anywhere. And my air conditioner is running all night again.
It's on right now. Mine is.
Indeed. But them solar panels can help lower those energy bills. As a matter of fact, John and his team will come out there, analyze your energy bills, your energy usage, and they'll come up with a plan that is catered to you. It's not one size fits all. It's what works for you, what saves you the most money. Call them. It might not even be solar panels. It might just be you need a new roof. That might be what's causing your energy bills to be so high. ACR Solar and Roofing, 916-481-7200. The energy of young Shaden Sharp,
oh my,
was through the roof last night. 27 points in 23 minutes, 10 of 13 from the field. And Kenny Caraway's favorite stat, 6 of 6 from the foul line.
There we go. Make your free throws, young fella. That's what I'm talking about.
Sharp gets our Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night, brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. I was not watching that live. I got a chance to watch it this morning, though. It's fun to watch that young man play. We didn't get to see it during summer league because of the injury, so it was fun to really get to see him play for the first time.
Man, he got a chance to be special. He has a chance to be really special,
bro. I think there's going to be some really good players in this draft.
I do too.
You know, obviously we see Keegan. You know, we're not going to get to watch Chet this year. Haven't watched Jabari at all since Summer League. I watched a little bit of Jaden Ivey a couple of nights ago. I didn't see anything from Benedict Mathurin in the almighty Indiana Pacers. But I think, man, I really think this draft class that just passed is. I think there's going to be some fun players coming out of that class.
Yeah, I like a lot of those players. We didn't even talk about Terry Easton. I think he was balling, and I don't know if they've played another game since, but in the Rockets' first preseason game, he had 25 points or something like that. So, I like this draft class. And I love that the Kings got Keegan Murray, and he looks to be as good as we all think he's going to be.
Yeah, they can all be good. It's okay to watch Jaden Ivey and be like, yo, this dude's good. It's okay to watch Shaedon Sharpe and these players who were drafted after Keegan Murray. You go, oh, he's good. Because right now, Keegan Murray is very, very good too.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to that. But man, Shaedon he's going to be fun to watch.
Good.
Man.
Yeah, it was fun. I don't want him to be particularly good this year.
He could be good. They could just not make the playoffs.
Well, he could be he could be the wild card that makes them a little bit better than I thought. Because right now, as it stands today, October 7th, 10, 11 days before the season starts, I'm not in on Portland. Clearly I'm taking Sacramento over Portland. I don't like Portland in this. I don't. Yusuf Nurkic for $70 million.
Yeah,
I don't know, man. I like GP. I know they did a couple of things that worked, and I'm the most important. Dame is back. I don't know, man. I'm a little uneasy about that.
I feel you. For the same.
But you can see Shaedon Sharpe and Dame Lillard and everybody else who wears a Portland jersey when they take on your Sacramento Kings opening night of the NBA season, not the NFL season. That would be interesting for sure. But we've got your tickets to see the Sacramento Kings and Portland opening night at the Golden One Center right now. Caller number 3, 916-909-1320. Again, that's 916-909-1320. That is our new and permanent number. Call Jesse right now. We'll get you set up for Kings tickets. Yeah. Anything else on Draymond and the video? Draymond and Jordan Poole. This conversation has been going strong because it hasn't stopped during commercial breaks. We've just this is something obviously that's gotten a lot of people's attention. And Draymond is one of those players, people in general, who fans have strong opinions about. We have strong opinions about. He's just one of those guys who elicits a response, and I'm looking at the "don't do that" play right now. Like, come on, man! Like, don't do that. Like, man, get your foot off of my face. You talking about don't do that? Get your freaking leg off of my neck, man! Like, it's just that stuff. It's like, what is this, dude? I'll tell you, I'm jaded. I've admitted this before. I'll admit it again. Someone told me the whole plan for Draymond in the Olympics was he feels like it strengthens his Hall of Fame candidacy. And that is going to be a push if the U.S. men's team wins the gold medal. And I'll be damned if that buzzer doesn't go off and the first tweet I see from a prominent Bay Area reporter is a list of Draymond's accomplishments in the NBA and in national team basketball, and it said that looks like a Hall of Fame career to me. I couldn't, wow, they set it up beautifully. Like, this was 7 and 7 and 7. That ain't gonna get you on the it ain't gonna get you where you want to go. But man, you factor in these gold medals, these championships, a defensive player of the year. Man, it strengthens the resume. And I was told that weeks in advance, and to see it just immediately following, I was like, yo, this dude he out there hustling.
Nah, he is, man. And look, hey.
And that's Rich Paul too. Credit to Rich Paul. They hustling. They work for their team.
Get it how you live, Draymond, in that respect. If you got people that will buy into that and do those type of things for you, then I mean, who wouldn't want to be in the Hall of Fame? Like, of Cool. It's all good. But man, he's just pulled the wool over people's eyes for so long. And I've said this a number of different times. It's not to sit up here and say like what he does and what he brings to the team doesn't matter and he doesn't do good things, because he absolutely does. You know, there are certain elements to his game that help the Warriors a lot. But like, yeah, if you put, I say this all the time, if you replaced him with power forward X, like I said, last night I used Al Horford. Al Horford is he's not getting Hall of Fame buzz or anything like that, not that I can think of, but you replaced him with Al Horford from 15 on. Like, absolutely, who in their right mind would be like, no, they don't win with Al Horford? He's a better player than Draymond. Draymond plays good defense. Draymond talks a lot. Draymond, you know, he understands the offense and makes good passes and things of that nature. He does things out there, but I just don't. I don't know how all you guys are getting duped.
What you're trying to decide, especially in those years of Al Horford's career, is if the 2 assists, 1.5 to 2 assists, and the 0.5 more steals per game make Draymond better. Points are a bit of a wash, but Al Horford is more.
Mm-hmm.
Al Horford's been a fine defense. Al Horford's been a fine defensive player his entire career.
Right.
It's been fine.
Yeah. So I just.
But you know what Al Horford is? Draymond Green if he was on the Atlanta freaking Hawks.
Well.
If Draymond Green was on the Atlanta Hawks, nobody talks about Al Horford.
Right.
Nobody talk about Al Horford. That's what Draymond Green would be.
Draymond Green would be Dwayne Dedman on the Atlanta Hawks.
Okay, wait a minute. I mean, now, well, that's harsh. Not a knock on Dwayne.
To who? Horse to who?
Leave Dwayne Dedman out of this. He ain't bothered nobody since getting rid of his Kings jersey. He ain't bothered nobody.
Yeah, but I just don't. I don't. And then, like I said, the pattern of behavior from him since we've known him, I guess, like this dude has done some ridiculous things. Ridiculous things. Like I said, getting into it with his coach, like that was okay. Getting into it with LeBron. Remember the time he beat up or he punched a Michigan State football player? It's literally like the guy was playing at Michigan State at the time. Yeah. Draymond had been in the league for 4. You've been out of school for 4 or 5 years. Yeah. And you go back and you get into it and punch a football player. Just a couple of weeks ago at the Michigan State game, you see the clip of him talking crazy to, I think they're playing like Middle Tennessee.
Yeah, yeah. He's just like standing in the end zone.
Yeah. This guy, man, like he's just, you know what I thought about and kind of how we just fall back a little bit. Tell me if I'm doing too much. You guys tell me too much, whatever. It reminds me of our discussion about Nick Bosa. How on the outside, I'm like, yo, what? But you look around and what did we say about Nick Bosa? Seems like people around him love him. They love Nick Bosa. And the people around Draymond Green seem to really like him. I don't know how you would like Draymond Green. That's just me personally and the type of people that I like to surround myself with. But he's got friends. He's got plenty of friends and plenty of people like him. So maybe he's not as bad as I think he is or make him out to be or anything else like that because he's got friends. People like him. I just don't know how you do. He's not my type of guy.
Well, you're right. I also wonder from like a Warrior standpoint, how much of this, especially Steph, who's like the most, Steph is a face of the league.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll like, I think part of being in a true leadership role, like I think Steph Curry is understanding the dynamics of the people around you.
Mm.
And it's understanding what puts Draymond in the right frame of mind. And it's Steph Curry going to the podium going, yeah, no, Draymond's the leader. You know, Dre does so much for this team because Draymond needs that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Steph understands that. So when obviously he's got the, he's with Clutch. He's got the LeBron connection. I mean, I don't know. Both of those two athletes are perplexing to me for very, very different reasons. They are perplexing.
Yeah. Highly insecure individual Draymond Green is. I
think he's the most insecure. Like NBA players are really, really sensitive.
Mm-hmm.
Draymond might be the most insecure of all of it. Like KD gets trashed for burner accounts and Twitter behavior and all of that stuff. Man, Draymond's 10 times worse.
Highly insecure and jealous.
10 times worse. You are listening to D-Lowe and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, the real 98 Rock, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app, available on your smartphone, your tablet, your laptop, whatever it may be. Let's go to the Sports Center desk with Jesse Tapia.
Now, from the Sacramento Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on ESPN 1320.
We all probably watched the worst game we've ever seen last night between the Broncos and Colts. That game went to overtime and the final score was 12-9 with the Colts picking up the win. Neither offense played well. Matt Ryan couldn't stop getting sacked, and Russell Wilson hasn't played like the Russell Wilson we've seen before. Some notes from 49ers practice today. They had 7 players out due to injury. Some of those names include O-lineman Trent Williams, Eric Armstead, and Javon Kinlaw from the D-line, and then running back Ty Davis-Price. Kyle Shanahan also mentioned today that Armstead is a candidate for IR. The 49ers take on the Panthers Sunday with coverage beginning at 11 a.m., starting with game day with D-Lowe and KC, and the game itself at 1:05 on 1320. We've got video now of Draymond Green punching Jordan Poole, and it's not great. TMZ released the video this morning. You can see Draymond come up to Poole, then get pushed away, and Green came back with a nasty straight right. Warriors GM Bob Myers spoke to the media yesterday and said he didn't expect Draymond to miss any regular season games and punishment would be handled internally, but it's interesting to see now that the video is public if that will change. Over in the MLB, we've got the wild card series going on today. The Guardians beat the Rays 2-1. Phillies and Cardinals is currently in progress, followed by the Mariners Blue Jays, and then we've got the Mets and Padres, which you can catch here on ESPN 1320 at 5 p.m. Thanks for listening to this SportsCenter update. I'm Jesse Tapia with ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader.
And no wonder Draymond's going around punching people because he's tired of playing these sorry MFers.
Oh, jeez. Goodness.
Sitting here minding our own business. Sacramento ain't bothering a soul on the planet. In this clip from the shop leaks, where it's Draymond talking to the usual shop crew, and LeBron is a part of this, and I think Maverick is a part of this. And you hear Draymond say, it's one thing to get up and play the Bucks or LeBron and get up for those guys. It's hard for me to get up for these sorry MFers. And the Sacramento Kings are referenced, I think, first by Maverick,
yeah,
co-signed by Draymond, laughed at by LeBron.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, whatever. I mean, the Kings are bad. They've been bad for 16 years. Like, we get that. If LeBron had said it, all right, it's whatever. But you?
Come on, man.
You said you're having a hard time getting up for these sorry MFers?
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Bam. Same. Ain't nobody getting up for Draymond Green. Nobody game plan for Draymond Green. Stop it, bro. You are not on that level. You are not on LeBron's level. You are not on Giannis. We have established here today, you are on Dwayne Dedman's level.
Facts.
Come on, man. These sorry MFers, bro. They say the same thing about you. Get out of here.
It like you just laid out perfectly. Who the hell are you to not get up for somebody?
There's like 4 players on the Kings better than Draymond Green.
Like, who are you? You're not that good. Just plain and simply put, I'm not gonna say what he is. I'm not gonna say what I called him in a couple of private conversations. I'm not gonna say that.
Oh my!
But you're not that good, bro. Like what? You're not. So who are you to say you don't get up for so and so, whatever the case may be? And then when you talk about the real ballers, the real legends, like a LeBron, like a Steph Curry, like a Klay Thompson, who really have that type of cachet to say something like that, and they actually do show up in those games, that even reiterates even more. Who the hell are you to talk about you can't get up for a game? But it's not surprising because through all the stuff that we've talked about Draymond today, this is a man that quit.
That's true.
This isn't even something that, because like I said, I try to watch what I say because I don't know this man as a man. So I always keep that in the back of my mind when saying these things. But I have no problem saying that he is a quitter. He is a quitter. He said as much himself. He is a quitter. And when the going got tough, he wasn't a leader. He quit on his team. He quit on the franchise. And he quit on the fan base that defends him so much. Now, here's the other thing about him being a quitter. It's not like it would. Well, look, Damien, it's not like it would make a difference. They still would have sucked if he tried his hardest because he's just not that good. But he did quit.
What he meant to say on the shop was he can't get up when he's playing with sorry MFers and Steph and Klay aren't around. That's what he meant to say. He didn't meant to say I can't get up to play against these sorry MFers. I can't get up to play with these sorry MFers because Daddy Steph and Daddy Klay ain't here to make me look good.
Well, look, even if he was able to get hyped up and get up without Steph and Klay around, like I said, it wouldn't make a difference because he's not good enough. He ain't good enough. If he would have played 82 games that time Steph and Klay were out, they probably they won 15 games that year. They probably would have won 12 if he played all games. He ain't good enough.
I don't know why this feels so therapeutic. I'm not sure. It does, though. We'll talk to James Ham coming up in the 3:00 hour. If you didn't win Kings tickets moments ago, no worries. We've got another pair to give to you in the final hour of the show. James just tweeted this. I'm not clear on the context, but he did tweet, according to Mike Brown, Kevin Huerter will be the starter at shooting guard. Power forward spot is still up for grabs. Not sure if that means Sunday or
next Wednesday.
Period. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what that means. We'll find out when James Ham joins us. He did mention that he, being James, mentioned KZ Okpala was again working with the first unit today. So game is Sunday. I mean, you can make of that what you will. 916-909-1320. We got our brother Herbert on the line. Herbert, what's happening, man?
Hey, what's happening, D-Lo? What's happening, KC? Happy Friday.
Yes, sir. What's up, Herbert? How you doing, Brody?
All right. Hey, I was just listening, and I just want to give you guys a little pushback on the Draymond, because I know you guys are basketball aficionados, and what you can't take away from Draymond is he's an elite defender. And when I say elite, he's probably top 5 defender every year. If you watch the Warriors, Draymond defends Giannis. He has to defend LeBron. Whoever it is, whoever is 7-footer, Andre Drummond, Draymond has to defend him. The Warriors aren't the Warriors, and the Warriors don't win those champions without a defensive anchor. The Warriors were always labeled soft, and you could push them around. Draymond gave them a little bit of grit and a little bit of defensive stability that he brought to the table, and you can't deny that.
So real quick, Herbert. Real quick, Herbert. We lost Herbert. I wanted to ask him something. I wanted to ask him. Herbert, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
What happened last year when he got benched and Kevon Looney was better than him, both defensively and the boards?
Yeah, I'm speaking in totality.
Okay.
Hey, Pascal Siakam cooked him in the NBA Finals. Pascal Siakam cooked him in the NBA Finals. I'm not saying he's not a. I'm not saying he's not a. Yeah, because he plays with Stephen Clay and KD and other people. I'm not saying he's a bad defender by any means, but this whole notion that like he's just so invaluable defensively, like stop. He's a product of his environment and the people that play. Klay Thompson was the best perimeter defender maybe in the league that entire time when Draymond was playing.
Why do we try to forget that Kevin Durant played for the Golden State Warriors? Like you're telling me they don't win those 2 titles if Draymond Green isn't their defensive anchor, but Kevin effing Durant is there? Kevin Durant went to the Golden State Warriors when he was arguably the best or second best player on the planet. And you're telling me they wouldn't have won back-to-back titles because Draymond Green wasn't there?
Like I said,
what has this man done to you? I don't get it.
I don't understand it. I don't understand it.
I got to watch more games. I guess I'm a casual. I don't get it, dude.
We talk about last year. He was like the 3rd best defender on the team last season. Wiggins was a better defender than him. Kevon Looney was probably a better defender than him. But once again, Kevon took his spot in closing the games because Draymond couldn't stop a nosebleed and was throwing bricks up there like he was, what's his name, Triano.
Hey, leave Jay Triano out this. Jay Triano threw an intentional brick. I believe he was trying to shatter the backboard.
Right. He tried to do that. Draymond was actually shooting.
You imagine if De'Aaron Fox was a Golden State Warrior and that ball slammed off that backboard? Y'all can probably guess who that is.
Draymond.
Yeah, we know who that was. we know who that was, Drew. We ain't even got to turn around, De'Aaron. We know. He's over there practicing his jump shot. We'll come back. We'll trash Draymond Green some more because it turns out to be therapeutic. Let's go. Therapeutic on this Friday. We'll also talk about what Colin Cowherd had to say about the Sacramento Kings and the city of Sacramento. That's next here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
For sure.
Sure. Where is that tweet from Draymond? From Deuce. Oh, there it is. That's unfortunate.
Congratulations to Co.
Make sure
this is for
sure
next
you
Friday.
Put Albert on the tickets. So that's
okay. Oh, wow.
Man, now I can't go. I was really looking forward to going, but
isn't that a Saturday?
yeah, I was looking at the schedule a little bit, trying to figure out which ones I'll go to. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm mad about that.
Yeah. LeBron's pretty calculated. I wonder why he was so he was so adamant about Las Vegas. It leads me to believe there's something cooking there.
Yeah,
Because he ain't going to throw that out there and it be empty.
Yeah, I think he's absolutely trying to be part of that ownership, laying that groundwork.
Yeah, I was thinking like but less of he's trying to be and more he already is.
Mm-hmm.
Because I just don't think he throws that out there without something more definitive.
I don't know what Floyd's. I don't know what his money's looking like. Like I know he's got a lot, but I don't.
I feel like he already has. Like what? I mean, not that what Floyd does isn't like tremendous, but what outside of boxing does he do?
You never really know, but he's got the real estate he always talks about. He's got the real estate. He's got the fitness.
Where does he live?
gyms.
Does he live in Vegas?
Mm-hmm. He's got the fitness gyms that I actually heard are like really dope. They got the two out here. They got the one in Elk Grove and now one over at Delta Shores. And then he just keeps getting
Isn't that both Elk Grove?
Delta Shores is Sacramento, sir.
Really?
It's not Elk Grove.
I always refer to that as Elk Grove.
Delta Shores is Sacramento.
Like where the Dick's Sporting Goods is?
Mm-hmm. That's South Sac. The southernmost part of Sacramento, but yeah, that's South Sac.
Wow. And you're like the next exit, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I always thought that was Elk Grove.
Delta Shores, South Sac, baby.
Ramsey comes in with the zip code. Ramsey, what does that mean to me? Like, bro, like Ramsey. That would be funny to ban Ramsey. Ramsey gets a 5-minute ban. Ramsey gets a 5-minute ban. The whole chat house goes nuts.
Ace of Fans. Yeah, man. Pocket, Greenhaven. They're building houses over there too by Delta Shores. It's about to go up. Now, Victor, you know, man. Come on, man. South Sac all day, baby. That's my stomping grounds right there, baby. South Sac.
Has Ryan always had that scar under his eye?
What'd you say about Ryan Garcia?
Ryan Clark. What the hell would I ask about Ryan Garcia for? Looked like Ryan Clark has like a scar. I've never noticed that before. It must be the
scar, like where he
like
maybe got
Omar.
stitches
It looks
before?
like a giant. I can't.
Now I'm gonna have to watch. Now I'm gonna have to see this.
He's on right now. It has to be the lighting in the studio he's in because I've never ever seen that before. Or at least I've never noticed it. Now it's all I can see.
Did
Ryan
you
Clark's
see?
one of the few reasons to watch that network.
I like Ryan Clark. Yeah, it looks like it's been there. If we're seeing the same thing,
It doesn't look new. I've never ever maybe a different makeup person. Maybe wears glasses sometimes. I don't know. I think I just keep my blue blockers on because I'm insecure without glasses on now.
Makeup. It's the makeup aspect of it all.
Gotta be. Yeah, because his eyes, Ryan Clark's eyes look different. That's what you tune in here for, everybody, to find out what Ryan Clark's eyes look like.
First of all, shame on you for not having a baseball game on. Playoff baseball.
Yeah, I was like, I saw that and was like, nah, I'd rather put on a talk show that I can't hear.
Stop it. Playoff baseball is just, I love it. I love it. I didn't watch any of the first game. I was too busy around the house. But 9:00, I would have loved to watch that. But I got the game on right now. But
well,
the other thing,
aren't there two on?
Well, yeah, there's two on right now. One just started.
Oh, okay.
The Mariners welcome themselves back to the playoffs with a big first inning.
I guess that's a good segue right there. we can mention. Let's thanks to Deuce for posting this on Twitter, because Lord knows I wasn't listening to this. And apologies. I know yesterday was tough. It's like, they say don't go to the grocery store hungry. This is where you make bad decisions, and you just start buying a bunch of stuff, and you wander down the junk food aisle, and you just get stuff that doesn't have any substance whatsoever. And I think that's what happened to some yesterday. We weren't on the air. Again, sincerest apologies. Sorry. And I think our man, Cam was the one who alluded to this to me, or who alerted this to us. He posted something about Colin Cowherd, and Cameron ventured off into that junk food section and was consuming, Colin Cowherd calories. And then Deuce posted this clip on his social media yesterday. This is Colin Cowherd's, whose show, by the way, ended like hours ago.
I mean, I would strongly consider moving Sacramento.
Well, you can't have an odd number team, so you need two, right? Vegas, and a lot of people are saying bring one back to Seattle.
I would move. I would move Sacramento to Vegas. We just moved the Raiders to Vegas. It was a home run. Sacramento.
It's not a bad idea.
Free agents don't want to play there. I'd move the Kings. Nothing against Sacramento, but I'd move. You got to be a market. You got to be a market.
So I'm good with that. I turned this dude off a decade ago, because he's just full of crap, and he says a bunch of stuff that has like no substance to it. And because he knows a majority of his audience is too lazy to actually look up the stuff that he's talking about and find out that they're full of crap, find out that he's full of crap, he just kind of lets this ride. Sacramento isn't having trouble attracting free agents because it's Sacramento. The Sacramento Kings are having trouble attracting free agents because they stink. That's the problem. Equating this to the city of Sacramento and then saying nothing against the city of Sacramento is ridiculous. You pick up Vivek Ranadive's Sacramento Kings and move them to Las Vegas. What in the blue hell is different? Absolutely nothing. There's absolutely nothing different. If Monty McNair is still the general manager, if Vivek Ranadive is still the owner, if all the little chirpy minority owners go along with Vivek, what is the difference?
No difference.
There isn't one. No. It's the exact same thing. And to think, this team's going to want to go play in Las Vegas. Everybody's going to want to play in Las Vegas. Bro, stop it. Why is this still a narrative? The Knicks have got Jalen Brunson was your big free agent acquisition. Y'all have sights on LeBron. Y'all have sights on every big name that ever becomes a free agent. And you land, with all due respect, Jalen Brunson? That's New York. When does this stop? When does this narrative stop?
It doesn't, because people are, like you said, are lazy. And not just the people that listen, but the people that actually create this content. And Colin Cowherd is absolutely one of those lazy people. He's so damn lazy, he's not even listening to the own conversation that the guy he had next to him was having. The guy said you have to have an even number of teams. So if you move the Kings to Vegas and add Seattle, El Stupido, that doesn't solve the problem.
I didn't know you were bilingual.
Yeah. See. But he's Colin Cowherd is a clown. He absolutely is. And I remember,
which is convenient because he's the boss of the other clown that we've been talking about all day.
Exactly. I mean, the volume, look, I'm familiar with it. There's a bunch of clowns on there. If you go through the lineup, there's a bunch of clowns on there. The volume. And then, the same guy talking about new media and all this other stuff. And they're what's wrong with media. Colin Cowherd, Draymond Green.
Colin Cowherd is the epitome of what's wrong with this.
Absolutely.
This profession.
Colin Cowherd is the same guy who sat up here. Like, I don't know how people listen to him. I really don't. I don't know how they listen to him, because he literally said, I don't care what I say. I just have to say anything that makes people remember what it said or to go viral.
I don't have to be right. I have to be entertaining. I believe was the line.
Yeah. I don't care if I'm right. I don't care if I'm accurate. I don't care if I believe it. I don't care none of that.
Yep.
All I have to do is just say something to get attention. That is the epitome to me of clown behavior in this sports media game. I have no problem saying that with Colin Cowherd. It's worked out financially for him. The bank account is all good.
100%.
But look, man, there's nobody that should ever take a word he says seriously. And like he knows what the hell he's talking about, because he doesn't. Colin Cowherd is
literally makes stuff up.
Makes it up.
The day I stopped listening to him forever, he was talking about, and this is when he was on ESPN 1320. This was when he was still with ESPN. 2006, 7. He was talking about the census and how, if you really want to buy a house in a great market, you move into a gay neighborhood. I'm thinking, what the hell is a gay neighborhood? Yeah, you want all of your neighbors to be gay. It shows in the census. They have higher home values. They have this, they have that. And I'm like, what? I was like, the census asks for your sexual orientation. Do you when you go to an open house? Hey, Ron, nice to meet you. Hey, you gay? I'm trying to up my home value. No, you know the neighbors? No, okay. Like how? Did no one think yeah, Cowherd's full of crap? Because I know immediately this dude is full of crap. I'm never listening to him again.
Right.
And I haven't heard more than 90 seconds of a social media clip from that idiot since then.
Yeah, I don't listen to Cowherd.
He is a buffoon, man.
He absolutely is. And I talked about it a little bit earlier. He's the reason. Well, he was a motivating factor to get into this business. People like himself, who have no idea. I remember we talked about with John Wall and all this other stuff, who have no idea who these athletes are, their background, their stories, where they come from, who they are as people, their culture. He has no idea, but speaks so definitively about them and doesn't care what he says.
Clay Travis had the nerve to post on Twitter DeMarcus Cousins would be arrested within 5 years or be in jail within 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
What part of the game is that?
That's the Trey Clavis, Trey, what's his name? Clay Travis, Colin Cowherd, Skip Bayless type stuff, man. That is really it's disgusting. It's nasty. And that's, like I said, that's why I got in this business. It's like, this ain't right. This isn't even accurate. And you're fooling, attempting to fool the masses with this rhetoric that you continue to push. And he pushes it all the time. And mind you, it wasn't a situation where, he said something about Sacramento or Trey Lance, and I started not liking him. Like, I ain't never liked Colin Cowherd. That's trash radio. And I know it's a contemporary or a peer. That's trash radio.
I'm dying to hear this video that James Ham just posted, but we got to get Mitch first. 916-909-1320. Mitch, what's happening, baby?
Hey, how you guys doing? I'm glad you guys had a day off yesterday. You deserve it.
I assure you, Mitch, yesterday was not a day off.
Yeah, we still work, Mitch.
We weren't on the radio yesterday, but I promise you it was far from a day off.
Well, you're always off. No, I'm just joking.
It's not wrong. It's not wrong.
Casey, you got to listen to this.
I'm listening.
After I'm done calling, Damon, he reminds me of a comedian. He do some comedy. He always gets some good material after I end my call. You ever notice that? He gets some good material when I'm done. But anyway, it's true. I know.
Mitch, I love you, Mitch. Come on, man. You're my guy.
Hey, if they ever get this guy Draymond Green, if he gets in the Hall of Fame, they better put Larry Johnson there. Because Larry Johnson he had one good guy a morning, and then with the Knicks, it's always been downhill with the Knicks. But he's been counting. Lou Solo's got 4 rings because he was Derek Jeter's backup or something. Right there. Once you put him in the Hall of Fame,
that's a good point.
Good point, Mitch. That's not wrong. That's not wrong. I'm dying to hear this video, man. I can't wait anymore. James Ham posted this caption: Mike Brown talking old school WWF with Deuce Mason.
Stone Cold? That's what he used to look like. Oh, wow. He's not from here, is he? No.
Okay, so I can grab context right now. I can grab the context right now. Deuce is wearing his stunning Steve Austin shirt. Like, I can't see Deuce, but I'm trying to figure out, how did this come about? Deuce has a shirt that's stunning Steve Austin, and I'm guessing Mike Brown asked about it.
Okay, I respect that.
Some would say he never grew up.
I was a huge wrestling fan, and so man, I love this is back in the day. Jimmy Superfly Snooker and the big Kamala was my guy. Kamala was my guy. I like Kamala, man. I love him. He was bad. I mean, all of them do, but I saw a special where Jimmy Superfly Snooker said that they keep the small razor blades in their mouth, and so when they go to the ground, they blade. Yes, they blade. When I saw that, I was like, man, because I thought it was real. That was like, oh, I can't say it. Because we got too many little kids that maybe watch it. Yeah. But there's certain things out there that little kids, and that was my little thing that I believed in, and when I found out it wasn't.
Next time they have a show, you should go, and maybe you'll appreciate it.
This is the content I'm here for. This is the content I'm here for. You have to. I'll retweet it. I'm sure you all follow James Ham. You should be following James Ham. You have to see Mike Brown slap his belly like Kamala. You absolutely have to see that. That's must see. Is Mike Brown slapping his belly like Kamala?
Never heard anybody say they like Kamala.
Yeah, that's new. That's a new one. That's a new one. Kamala used to be scary before they made him like a bit cartoonish. Kamala was scary.
I never remember Kamala being scary. He wasn't scary to me.
What's a more random favorite wrestler? That or James Ham being a Lenny Poffo fan?
Lenny Poffo. Yeah, Lenny Poffo is super random. Like Lenny Poffo was like a rung above Barry Horowitz. Like Lanny Poffo is more famous for being the Macho Man's brother than actually being Leaping Lanny Poffo or the Genius. And the fact that he didn't even mention the Genius, he mentioned Lanny Poffo, who read his poems off a frisbee and then threw the frisbee into the crowd. That's the most James Ham favorite wrestler ever. Leaping Lanny Poffo.
I don't even remember
Kamala. That's
Kamala,
like
that was crazy.
That's a house show match in Sacramento, California in like 1987.
Yeah. Managed by Slick.
The Doctor of Style. Well, I believe was Kamala managed by later years was like the original Kimchi.
Yeah.
You know who Kimchi? You know who Kimchi was?
No.
Harvey Whippleman. No. He had Harvey. No, Kimchi was the Brooklyn Brawler.
Wait.
Kimchi was the Brooklyn Brawler.
Oh, Kimchi was the Brooklyn Brawler.
Brooklyn Brawler, yeah. Steve Lombardi.
He looked.
Steve Lombardi played like 4 different guys all at the same time in the company.
If it was under a mask, when he was Kimchi.
Well, yeah, man, that was like early 80s. Like, look at Lombardi back then. It was like he didn't get, but like Lombardi got bigger when he became the Brooklyn Brawler.
Yeah. That's phenomenal knowledge there by you.
It's useless knowledge. It's useless knowledge. Absolutely.
Yeah, Kamala. That's funny. You talk about
somebody
Kamala
should tell him
like,
about Superfly though.
I was about that a little cringy.
Somebody should tell him to just put that. Somebody should explain the concept of the box to Mike Brown, and that's where guys like Superfly and R. Kelly, and maybe we need to somebody let Katie know about the. Let's just try to avoid Bill Cosby references this season.
You talk about this Kamala was scary. You know who was like really? It wasn't scary to me because I was older at that time, but I could just imagine a little kid. What was the? Now I'm drawing a blank. The guy who had horns and ate worms.
The Boogeyman?
The Boogeyman. Bro, Boogeyman. See,
bro, you were like 25 when the
Did you hear what I think? Once again, you never listened to me. Did you hear what I said? I wasn't scared of him because I was like 19, but I could imagine a 6, 7-year-old watching wrestling.
12-year-old Jesse was terrified of the Boogeyman. Terrified. I remember when he came out with King Booker or whatever, he trying to attack Charmel. Yeah, that was terrifying.
I wonder if those were shoot worms.
It feels like they weren't. Like, how do
really worms?
Because it feels like they were moving. You would see like that's when they were moving.
You know that dude was like 40 something.
Really?
Yeah, like he
Did
wanted
he do
to be
anything
on.
else?
No, he wanted to be on Tough Enough, and he lied about his age, like because you can only be a certain age to get on Tough Enough, and he lied about it. And then they found out, and so he couldn't be a part of the reality show. But he eventually came up with the Boogeyman, and they made him the Boogeyman.
Bro, he had no limits. Like he was doing whatever.
Is Kamala with us? I don't think that he is. No, he passed. Yeah, he passed away in 2020. Like he had a rough end. Like I think he had, legs were amputated.
Oh no, jeez.
Well, I mean, he wasn't the most physically fit.
Yeah.
Let's also acknowledge that he was a cannibal. That was how they decided to build this brother from Coldwater, Mississippi. Was a cannibal.
Well, don't even get me started. Just this wild person in the jungle
from Uganda.
Come on, man.
Not Mississippi.
Come on, man.
Uganda
couldn't be tamed except for this trainer.
And yeah, wrestling in the 80s, boy. You had the cannibal. You had the junkyard dog.
Yeah, the street
Coco
thug.
Beware.
The street thug, Bad News Brown.
Yeah, Harlem City Sewer Rats. I remember those. Remember the Harlem City Sewer Rats. Yeah. But it's a good thing that the WWE evolved and brought us Crime Time.
Oh, no.
And The Godfather. That was, of course, after their skit that they loved to tout for so many years where DX was in blackface.
Oh, yeah. Can't forget that. Can't forget it. It's so funny. What was the best black wrestling character? Like the most positive in that time. I'm trying to think.
In the
80s, early 90s. Like, was there any good ones?
The closest is Junkyard Dog.
Yeah.
Junkyard. So here's where
how do we feel about Johnny B. Bad?
So
was Johnny B. Bad? I don't know. Was he?
Johnny B. Bad wasn't black.
I think so.
Mark Merrill's a white dude with a tremendous tan. But the great thing is Mark Merrill, I think, is from Brooklyn, and he was playing a character who was essentially Little Richard.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was essentially playing, and I think Little Richard grew up in the South somewhere, and he did it really, really well. Like he played that Little Richard character marvelously.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's white. Mark Merrill's a white dude.
I thought I heard that before.
Mark Merrill's very much a white dude.
Damn.
To stall WWE a little bit, they didn't create Kamala. Kamala was created in Memphis. They didn't create the Junkyard Dog either. The Junkyard Dog was created, somewhere else. But that was the perception of black wrestlers. Then Junkyard Dog was a huge star though.
Oh yeah,
so was a little bit of a difference. He was a huge star. Yeah, Coco Beware was a huge star too.
I guess Coco Beware was. Positive.
I guess a lot of these black guys were big stars until they got to WWE, and maybe that's the problem. They're a big star in every territory that they're in, but maybe that's a little unfair to Junkyard Dog because he was a star in WWF, just not like champion.
Coco Beware was big in WWF, and I guess he would be the most popular one, or the most positive one, I should say. Like he had a bird. That was about it.
He did have a bird. I mean, he was a babyface. Yeah. I mean, St. Jones got squashed by King Kong Bundy in 8 seconds in the first WrestleMania. Yeah, it's tough.
What about Low Jack?
New Jack. There is nothing positive about New Jack. There's absolutely nothing positive about New Jack. And that's a whole entirely different era there, pal. Let's get to Stanley. 916-909-1320. Stanley, what's up, brother?
I just wonder why you all don't ever mention Erwin R. Shyster. That was my man. That's what you guys can never happen if I catch you cheating on your taxes, man. You get caught cheating on your taxes. He was straighten you out.
There is no
Barbara Beefcake.
Who's IRS?
Barbara Beefcake.
Hey, who's IRS's son again? That I just found out. Oh, it's the Wyatts, right?
Bray Wyatt. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you know that, Stanley? Bray Wyatt? Well, you might not watch it anymore, but his son is wrestling now.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Erwin R. Shyster is not your favorite wrestler. Stanley.
No, yeah, he was. I mean, I liked him because he count people that were cheating on their taxes. And he straightened it out, man. I like that. IRS.
We IRS.
IRS.
There's a.
He doesn't come around and catch you cheating on your taxes.
I never would. Believe me, I've been audited enough. I ain't never cheated, Stanley. Believe me, the state of California, the Franchise Tax Board is very aware that I've never cheated on my taxes. There's a rumor. Bruce Prichard has told this story that Vince McMahon once wanted to team up the Undertaker with IRS, and the name.
Oh no! Oh no!
The name of the team.
Oh, no! What in the world?
The team was Death and Taxes. It was so funny. I couldn't believe. I was like, this can't be true. This is way too funny to be true. You a partner the Undertaker up with IRS and call him Death and Taxes. There's no way that's true.
Come on, man.
But it's the most Vince McMahon thing ever. What are we gonna do with the Undertaker? I don't know. Put him with IRS and call him Death and Taxes.
No, I'm Death and Taxes.
Oh man, I love the conversation about who's the first Black WWF champion. Because everyone skips over the guy who was the first because he's not black enough. I'm gonna remind you, The Rock is very black, and he was the first.
Absolutely.
Well, Steph, have you ever seen Soul Man Rocky Johnson? The Rock is black. We'll come back. Phil, we see you. Hang tight.
And hey, I'm balling, bro. I'm balling. Y'all need to be listening to me.
And is Trysta Krick the corporate champion?
Wow.
We'll find out when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, he's
IRS. Erwin R. Shyster.
Erwin R. Shyster.
King Voss, Damien obviously would know, but I think Booker T won the heavyweight title, the WCW one.
Booker T was absolutely not before The Rock.
Wasn't it?
The Rock won his title in '98.
But there's a difference though, because I think a few people have won that world heavyweight title. Well, the world champions, it's only been The Rock and Bobby.
No, we're
Lashley.
talking about WWF.
I know, but they brought that over to because Booker T won that in WWF.
No, he won it in WCW. He won the big gold belt,
too, right?
He won the yeah. Well, he brought it over. I'm sure he won it again, but he brought it over. He came over as the champion. Because if I remember correctly, The Rock beat him.
Because I remember when Lashley won, he was the second one to win the WWF title, second black man to ever win the WWF title. And we went through it and we're like, I think he is only the second.
So they don't acknowledge that The Rock is black?
No, they're saying The Rock, and Lashley is the second one to win it.
Didn't Kofi win it first?
Didn't?
Do they say Kofi is the first dark-skinned champion?
I don't think they.
I know The Rock is all about his Samoa heritage. His dad is black.
I don't think they
very black. His dad looks like Kofi.
Was the first.
Who's the first?
They say Kofi was the first.
The first is Ron Simmons.
Huh.
He's the first, but he's in WCW. He wins it in 92, 3, 4. He beat Vader, so it might have been 94. But The Rock is first. Kofi might be second.
I guess
or
Kofi
Booker. I guess it depends on what titles you're not like Mark Henry had the big gold belt.
Mm-hmm. Right. That's what I'm saying. They the WWE
that's dumb.
one. Well, it's not. It's a different belt.
So then it's Rock, Kofi,
and
Bobby.
Yeah. 3 in 50 years.
More than 53. It's got to be 70 years, I think, by now. I think it started in the 50s. Let me look. That's absolutely what he was. It's 100% what he was.
So I'm looking this up right here. Maybe this is what, I don't know. I'm trying to remember what the narrative was around then. But there's
WWE started in if what we know of it, like Capital Wrestling Corporation started in 1953.
Wow. 70-some years. There's a picture of Kofi winning a title. And it says Kofi Kingston becomes the first, and this is crazy too. Kofi Kingston becomes the first African to win the WWE Championship.
Okay.
So maybe
he's
that's
from,
what they were saying.
Yeah, I forgot where he's from. He's not from. Where is Kofi from? They did a special on it. I remember watching it. It was very intense. Ghana. He's from Ghana. Kofi was born the day after me.
What is
a year
sign
later?
again? Leo?
August 14th, 1981, Leo. He does not fit the characteristics of a Leo. He seems like way too good of a dude.
There we go.
Thought Kofi Kingston was from Jamaica.
Boom, boom, boom.
Hey, what happened to your accent? It was Randy Orton. I guess. I don't feel like his feuds were ever really memorable.
That was the quickest commercial break ever.
Guess so. That's where we like it.
We're back at it.
Trysta Krick joining us a couple minutes. Kyle, Chris Biderman, James Ham, Kings tickets, all of that on the way. Mike Brown has sent this. I was just going to Phil. Phil hung up. Sorry,
come
Phil.
on, Phil.
We was trying to get to you, Phil. Sorry about that, bro.
Call back, Phil. Call back.
Mike Brown derailed our show talking about wrestling. Zach Lowe had some things to say about the Sacramento Kings. Of course, Zach Lowe, a guy that we both like. Now, I just preface this with he had some things to say about the Sacramento Kings. And once he got through what I guess is the prerequisite laughing at the 16 years, making fun of the organization, a couple of Vivek jokes here and there. I guess once we get past all of that, we can analyze the Sacramento Kings. And Zach Lowe did the same thing. I guess it's just a prerequisite when you write or talk about the Sacramento Kings. Nothing particularly moving here, though. The sample size of people who are saying the same exact thing is growing pretty large. He says this team, has a decent chance of making it to the 10th spot. They have a decent chance of making it to the 9th spot. He says De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis have a gorgeous two-man chemistry, and there is plenty of shooting and catch-and-go playmaking around them. A top 10 offense is in play. Stop me if you've heard this one before. To sniff 500, the Kings merely be not terrible on defense. They hired the right coach in Mike Brown. Alas, the roster is rough from a defensive standpoint. Teams will peck at the Fox-Sabonis pairing in their pick and roll over and over. The Kings don't have a lot of size behind or around those two. And then he says, I'm telling you, there's a chance. He lays out a couple of other things, but I feel like this is it. This is what they're talking about. This is the conversation on the Kings. Potential top 10 offense. Don't suck on defense. and Zach Lowe says you're in play for a home playing game.
I think that's the formula right there, to be honest with you. I mean, that's what it is. Like I said, whether I agree or disagree with Zach Lowe more times than not, I always respect his opinion because he does, like I say, he does his homework, and he talks about things as he sees it because he watches these guys. So I hear what he's saying. He pays attention to them, and the things that he says, they aren't off base. I don't look at them as being wrong. I mean, that's what we all saying, right? Like if they can defend at a level with a pulse, they should have an opportunity to achieve some things and try and break this playoff drought for sure.
And that's all we're asking. And I don't know. It's difficult. I wonder how much different Sunday's game is going to be from last Monday's because of the amount of practice time. I mean, the amount of practice time from the start of training camp to the first game is damn near the same as the amount of training camp from the first game to the second game. So now you've got 2 weeks of camp under your belt. You've got a game under your belt. I was a little bit more I took a little bit more. I took more positives away from that game, and I think we both did than James did. James certainly had positive things. I liked the way the offense moved a little bit more than James did. Where I really struggled was figuring out what I was watching defensively, because the most important group to evaluate defensively is really the first 1.5, and then the first 2, but really the first 1.5.
Mm-hmm.
And we just didn't get a lot of that. And then when we did, it wasn't sharp. And Russell Westbrook getting to the rack without an issue. I mean, you can't really stop LeBron. Like, I don't have any faults with that, but it felt like there were a lot of shots at the basket, and a lot of them didn't fall. That happened with the Kings a lot too, but some of those shots at the basket for the Lakers didn't fall. And I'm just like, God dang, that's a high percentage shot they missed right there.
Yeah.
And that left me like uneasy about the defense, which obviously got a lot better in the second half, but that's an entirely different type. That's an entirely different group going against an entirely different group. And it got difficult to monitor, if you will.
Yeah. I mean, I can understand that. I looked at what was going on both the offense and defense, and I said it was about what I expected. And when I say that, they're trying to implement something, implement a game plan, implement a culture and a philosophy on the basketball court. And these guys are still learning it. They're still learning what's going to be expected of them. And that's one of the reasons why these preseason games are so valuable for a team like the Kings, because you get to work out the kinks in real time. It's different. A scrimmage is different than a game. You know what I mean? You can scrimmage all you want, but when you're going up against somebody else that has a completely different philosophy than what you're doing, you get an opportunity to see things in real time, right? And they saw, how another offense moves out there, how they have to react to it, what happens when they are forced with stuff that they don't do. They don't run offense like the Lakers do with Anthony Davis, because they don't have an Anthony Davis. They don't have a Russell Westbrook. So it's good for them to see those things. They may not have been all the way prepared or used to what to do in those situations, but being able to get in those situations and see how you react and how you didn't react in certain respects, I think that's great for them. These 4 games are really going to help out in that respect.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how different this game is than the first game, in the sense that Mike Brown has already said, and he said this damn near immediately, that the rotation was probably we weren't going to see 20 guys play in this game. And so the question becomes, he even said it could get, it could be 15 or lower. But he pointed out 15, which means he probably already has in his head a couple of guys that probably won't see the floor Sunday. And I assume Merrill's probably one of those guys who's not going to see the floor. But I wasn't. I mean, you don't really need to play Alex Lynn in the sense that you kind of already know what Alex Lynn is. Like, if you're truly evaluating other people, you don't really need to play Alex Lynn.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I mean, does Keon Ellis get run in this game? Does Kent Bazemore, who I think was thrown in, like he was a part of that last 7-minute group?
Mm-hmm.
And do you play Quinn Cook and Matthew Dellavedova? And I may be taking the number 15 way too literally. It could wind up being 16. It could wind up being 14. I'm just trying to figure out what guys like we have a pretty good chance of not seeing on Sunday.
Yeah, and one of the things that I start to think about now, especially when you have something that you're trying to install here, an offense, a defense, all this other stuff. At what point, and maybe it's the next game, but what point do you stop? How do I put this? I'm trying to be. How do you stop messing? When do you stop messing around with Alex Lynn? When do you stop messing around with Quinn Cook, Matthew Dellavedova, and get these guys who are going to be a part of that rotation in a rhythm?
I'd argue now, honestly. I mean, you have camp. Like, I feel like there's more evaluation done by these coaches now than there's going to be Sunday.
Mm.
And I think Mike knows. And I think for Mike to say we're going from 20 to 15 or something like, he already knows. He has an idea. I just don't know. I'm anxious to see what it is.
Mm. Now with that though, is like if you play 15, if you play Alex Lynn and Delly and things of that nature, you can play them in the final 6 minutes of the game, right? But when are we gonna see 14 minutes again from Sabonis and Fox?
Yeah, I hope not.
You know what I mean? Like, you can play 15. That doesn't mean they all get the same amount of playing time or anything close.
I feel like this might be a little pyramid here where we move up, right, in terms of playing time over the next couple of, this Sunday, Wednesday, and then we move back down on Friday, and we see something closer to 14 or 15 minutes. You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Trysta Krick coming up here in just a heartbeat. Cash Caraway right around the corner. But first, the Sports Center desk.
Now, from the Sacramento Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on ESPN 1320.
Some notes from 49ers practice today. They had 7 players out due to injury. Some of those names include Trent Williams, Eric Armstead, Javon Kinlaw, and running back Ty Davis-Price. These players have all been ruled out for Sunday's game, along with Tarvarius Moore, Tyler Croft, and Colt McKivitz. Kyle Shanahan also mentioned today that Eric Armstead is a candidate for IR. 49ers take on the Panthers Sunday with coverage beginning at 11 a.m., starting with game day with D-Lo and KC, and then the game itself at 1:05 p.m. on 1320. The Broncos and Colts took part in one of the worst football games ever last night. The game went to overtime when the final score was 12-9, with the Colts picking up the win. Neither offense could get going. Matt Ryan was sacked 6 times. Then we got Russell Wilson and Nathaniel Hackett in Denver still trying to figure it out. Checking in at Kings practice, Mike Brown said that Kevin Huerter will start at the shooting guard spot, but the power forward position is still up for grabs. The big news in the NBA is the video that was released of Draymond Green punching Jordan Poole, and it looks worse than the Warriors described yesterday. TMZ released the video this morning. You can see Draymond and Poole talking at each other, and then one thing leads to another, and Green hits Poole with a straight right. Warriors GM Bob Myers spoke to the media yesterday and said they didn't expect Draymond to miss any regular season games and punishment will be handled internally, but interesting to see now that the video is public if that will change. Over in the MLB, we got the wild card series going on today. The Guardians beat the Rays 2-1. The Phillies and Cardinals are currently in progress, and then we got the Mariners and Blue Jays in progress as well. Tonight at 5 p.m., we got the Mets versus the Padres, which you can hear here on ESPN 1320. Thanks for listening to the Sports Center update. I'm Jesse Tapia with ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
One day y'all gonna listen to me. I tried to tell you Russell Wilson was cooked, but y'all don't listen. That's fine. One day y'all gonna learn to listen to me because Trysta, I've been preaching this for weeks. Kenny's been fighting me on it. It's been absolutely ridiculous as we welcome in the host of BetMGM tonight, our BetQL betting insider.
Trysta.
And the corporate champion.
Trysta, first of all, don't listen to the media. I was excoriated a number of different times in August for saying Russell Wilson ain't that guy anymore.
You're now making this stuff up, Trysta. Don't
Broncos
don't
Nation.
This, man.
Let's ride.
Oh God, please stop doing that. He's so cringy, dude.
I have disliked Russell Wilson since he got with Sierra. Like, that was the time that happened.
And can we just be like, bro, how did you pull Sierra? Like, there's no way you've got game. Like, none.
He said, do you know that there's a story behind that? So he said that they went on a date and he had this raggedy wallet. And she asked him about his raggedy ass wallet. And he was like, yeah, that's because I'm committed to things. Like, when I am with somebody, I'm with somebody. I've had this wallet for 15 years. I'm not just switching wallets in and switching wallets out. Apparently that worked on her. I think it's because she had high levels of trauma by basically being with Future for too long.
There's that.
That adds up.
There is absolutely that.
That adds up.
Russell Wilson's, he's corny. He's definitely corny.
Yes.
Right, though, man. Like,
He's
Russell,
done. He's
Russell, would you rather look? Would you rather your son grow up to be Russell Wilson or Draymond Green?
Oh, I like Russell Wilson. He's just corny. I mean, hey, it's all right.
Probably Draymond Green, truthfully.
Oh,
absolutely not.
Are you one of them people who Draymond's got brainwashed into thinking like that this dude's really like a generational ball player?
Well, I think he's a Hall of Famer. I think that will be the case. I think he's a Hall of Famer.
Will he have the worst numbers of any Hall of Famer in history?
I mean, he'll be right there with like Rodman.
Rodman got rebounding titles. Draymond,
like, I don't get it. Explain Draymond Green to me like I'm 5.
It's one of those things that is not stat driven. I think it's his relationship with Steph on the court, the give and go, his basketball IQ, the ability to sort of change the position as a point forward. Yeah, I think that small ball 5 was kind of changed and adapted through it being successful with him.
I disagree, Trysta. He's a good ball player. He does some good things out there for his team or whatever. But like I said it all day or all beginning of the show. This guy got benched in the finals. He was sitting up here crying because people were calling him, were ragging him in Boston. He got benched. The Warriors' last finals got better as soon as he got off the court, and that's why they won Game 4 and went on to win the championship.
We can't really judge Draymond at the tail end of his career for what he was when he was in his prime, right?
And when he was in his prime, they lost the finals.
They won one.
They
won one.
At his best, they lost the finals. After that, KD got there, they would have won with us 3 as on that roster. Yeah, he wasn't no X factor once KD got there.
Is this about him being mean to the Kings? Is that what this is about?
No, it's about him being overrated.
No, it's about he's insecure. He's terribly overrated. And like, if you're we all know how much you love the Golden State Warriors. If you're the Golden State Warriors, you're willing to risk it all for this dude? Like, Bob Myers' media availability yesterday didn't match up with what we saw yesterday or this morning.
What did Bob Myers say? Because I was doing like a million things. So,
Draymond apologized before practice and then went home. Sometimes distance can be the best thing for everybody, and we don't expect them to miss any games, and we're going to handle this internally. And then the video drops today, and it's like, oh, word? Did you run this by Jordan Poole and ask him how he feels about this? And I made Kenny and I were talking earlier, like, did you run this past that whole contingent of young Golden State Warriors that you have? Like, you're okay with this type of behavior? Because now we see it. It's not like you're scrabbling for a rebound, things get testy and a little fiery. Draymond walks from one area of the court to another and gets in Jordan Poole's face.
Yeah, and then once Jordan Poole's like, hey, get back. To come and elevate with a punch, was there more that we didn't see? Did Jordan Poole do something dirty like 10 minutes? What is happening? Because it went from 0 to 100 like instantaneously. I want the Draymond Green podcast to address this like now. I need it now.
Oh, he ain't recording it? He didn't drop it already? Because he's sure opportunist with his stupid little podcast. He ain't drop it?
No,
I wonder why.
He's not going to address it because he will address it at some point, but it won't be immediately because they got to doctor up the story that they're going to come out with because he was dead wrong. And another thing that Bob Myers said yesterday is something to the effect. I don't want to misquote him, but I know he said something to the effect of Draymond knows better. Does he? All he's done his entire career is being a nuisance and somebody destructive. That's all he's done. And he's run his mouth and he's tried to be bigger than what he really is out here. And this is par for the course. This is in line with who he's been his entire career. So the fact that Draymond knows better, no, he doesn't. He never has.
He should. He should know better. Absolutely. I'm very curious, just like how everyone else feels, you know? Like Dub Nation, outside of the fan base, like how are these teammates feeling? Like how is Steph and Clay and Iggy, right? What are they saying to Draymond? Like, dude, what was all that? What is happening here? Is it about the contract? Is it did Jordan Poole say, wow, Michigan State's trash this year and we're still good? Like, what was it? I don't understand.
In my opinion, this is my opinion, it's absolutely jealousy. He's jealous of Jordan Poole getting the money that he feels that he deserves, that he wants. He sees what's in front of him. He sees the train that's on the tracks right now, and he's going to be the odd man out. They're not paying him the $100 million that he's asking for. They're going to give that $100 million to Jordan Poole, and it's jealousy.
Yeah, they're going to give Jordan Poole probably even more than that.
He's the only one of the three who's going to be gone.
You think he goes?
You have to. Like what are you doing at this point? You're willing to just now you've got this, along with the fact he is at best, he's a marginal player. You can't bring him back.
He got benched in the biggest game of their season last year.
But
and
what
they
did
got better.
Golden State do when he was out for the majority of that? You know, the amount of games that he was out, 40 something.
They won 9 in a row.
Games. they had their ups and downs. Yeah, they had their ups and downs.
They had some ups and downs. It looked bad at times.
Last year, when he went out, now he missed a gang of games because that's what he does. But last year, as soon as he went out, they won 9 in a row.
But what was the record, though, without Draymond? Because I remember things got off the rails very quickly.
No, they did both. They again, this is a 40-game sample size.
Right.
It's not like a 9-game sample size. They had struggles. They had a win streak. But at this point, aren't you better off with Andrew Wiggins? Aren't you better off developing this amazing young crop of guys that you have than placating this dude's ego further and further at the detriment of your franchise moving forward?
I think the main question is this an isolated incident or is this systemic?
It's not isolated. We know it's not isolated.
You don't think it's isolated inside of this team? Not
Absolutely
outside
not.
of the team?
Absolutely not.
Who was the dude who said, y'all don't even know what we went through this year?
I was about to say David West.
Yep.
That.
Yeah.
You don't think Draymond's at the center of that? What he meant to say is Draymond's a jackass and we had to deal with it the whole season. Because he, again, is insecure. He's jealous, not of Jordan Poole this time, but of Kevin Durant.
He cursed out Kevin Durant, cursed out the coach. This is who he is. This is who he is. He's shown us who he is since day one. The only people he won't curse out is Curry and LeBron because that's where his bread is buttered.
Well, that's fair. I think that's probably the only place that he could end up going in the duration of this contract is to the Lakers, right?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead,
like
buddy.
the spread, these
go to the
broken
Lakers.
links.
Yeah, go ahead, knock that out. I love the new podcast, by the way. You're the preview of the NBA season.
Yeah, hold on. I don't know what's going on here with corporate.
The corporate champion.
What did I do that was corporate?
You win. You turned heel, just like The Rock did back in 1998 and aligned himself with Vince McMahon. You didn't call no one a hoe. You didn't cuss one single time in that podcast.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah. Hold on.
Buttoned up Trysta Krick.
Did you hear? Okay. So did you hear the like the Jerry West interview? I'll like tee up the interview. Like, hey, I asked him this. And I had to like tee myself up. Like, hey, this is where Locked On. So this is what's going on. The Locked On Network is doing some panel, right? They've got all these questions. And they're all doing it together. And I guess it's like Odyssey. It's an Odyssey thing.
Mm-hmm.
All of them, all 30 insiders or whatever they are. They've got a panel, and then every question, before they answer, they're just like, oh, yeah, we're going to just drop Trysta in before the panel. And I was like, oh, well, that's kind of going to be a little different, right? So the guy who was setting it up, who's a Locked On Saints guy, he was like, all right, we'll do it on Zoom, and I'll just like tee you up. But in my head, I knew this was going to be playing in front of this 30-person Zoom. It couldn't have been like, well, he's a hoe, he's a beau. I could feel the tone of my voice was like,
oh, so different.
It was like, I didn't know whether I should reshoot it for the pod, but I didn't have much time.
The podcast.
It's not going to be like that for the rest.
The podcast, the singular episode, the podcast is very, very good. In context, because I think you explain it. Know your audience is very funny, especially for those who know you on this show. Going to listen to that podcast, it was very funny.
And I knew it as I recorded the tee ups. Like, oh yeah, like who's the biggest because this is gonna come out in 2 parts, so you're gonna get 2 of these little corporate versions. The one about the contenders, I think, drops Monday, especially since we got on this long meeting with Danny, who you guys know.
Shout out to our guy, yeah.
Yeah, Danny, he's like, it would be really great if something drops, if you do a bonus episode to smooth it out.
More work.
So I was like,
more work.
Yeah, I'll do some bonus stuff.
Yeah, Danny trying to get you to do more work. That sounds right.
Repurposing content. I was like, well, I'm already doing this for the lockdown. I'll just try to repurpose it. It'll be exactly like me normally. It won't be any different. And then I got this guy there on Zoom, and I'm like, I just can't do it. I just can't do it. It's so hard.
You need me on Zoom feeding up the questions.
Yeah,
then I think you can do it.
Like, yo, no, it's Damien. It's gonna be Damien. And then it's like all these Locked On insiders gonna be like, who is she? What is she doing here? Who asked her?
Oh, it's so good. It's so good. You want to hit your picks, Cash Caraway's picks with Trysta before we go?
There you go. Little I get money. Trysta, I'm going this weekend. I'm 10-6. Yeah, 10-6 on the season right now. I'm cooking. I'm going Kansas plus 6.5 in the biggest game they've had in a decade. I'm going Notre Dame minus 3.5 over BYU at home. And I'm going to Oregon State minus 7 at Stanford.
Woo! I am backing TCU in this one, minus 6.5 against Kansas. I think Kansas's road of hype and excitement comes to an end. I think TCU's legit. Like they're
pretty good
team. Like very good. In terms of picks that I have, I've got Duke minus 3 versus Georgia Tech.
Wow.
Georgia Tech's not very good. Like they had the dead cat bounce. They fired their AD. They fired their head coach, and they beat Pitt. That doesn't mean they're any good. And Duke can score, boy. They can light it up. So I've got Duke minus 3. I also have K-State minus 2 versus Iowa State. I know Iowa State had a nice little game last week where they almost won outright against your team, Kansas. They're not very good either. I think they put up like 11 points. I think K-State's pretty good. They beat the doors off of Oklahoma. And I think their quarterback is also like pretty fun, can move the ball, stretch the ball down the field. And I also have, let me see what else I have on this little thing. Oh, under 50 tonight, Nebraska versus Rutgers.
Oh, yeah, that game's going to stink.
Come on. What's that?
It's going to look like Thursday Night Football.
Come on. So I've got that, and then under Virginia, 50.5 as well. Those are my favorites.
I see it.
College.
The expert, Trysta Krick.
My parlay cash last night, I had Alec Pierce. I almost said Damian Pierce. Alec Pierce over 30 yards receiving. Colts plus 3.5, which was an absolute sweat. And under the 45.5, so plus 450.
That game was an embarrassment to professional sports.
I think they both should have lost.
We all lost. That's who lost. We did. Anyone who kept that game on lost.
I wouldn't have gave him a tie. I would have just gave them both a loss.
Yeah, both losses.
Yeah.
Nathaniel Hackett is terrible.
Oh, yes. It's
Not
like
very lead.
you look at him and you're like, man, I don't think he knows what he's doing.
I don't think he does. And that's such a terrible thing to say. The man is an NFL catch. I don't think he knows how to do this.
I don't think he has a quarterback.
It's 4th and 1, and it's overtime. You're right there on the 6-yard line. You could very easily just run this thing out. Why would you throw the ball there?
They weren't going to run for a first down. There's no way they were going to get a first down on a run against that Colts front. It wasn't happening. Everybody said Monday Night Football to start. You're paying this man $250 million. Give him the ball. He put it in his hands. Nathaniel Hackett had the right play because there was a guy wide open in the end zone, and his quarterback just I don't want to call him washed because I don't think he's washed. But he's getting there. He's
in the laundry. He's in the laundry room.
Yeah, he's
just waiting
on the floor.
Just waiting for Sunday to get here.
Yeah, he's on the floor sitting in the basket.
Yeah, just waiting. Yeah.
And by the way, did you guys see that Subway commercial thing he did? Where he was like, no? Oh my God, where he has this danger witch.
Oh, I missed that.
Guys. You gotta watch this. It's like a minute and 15 seconds of pure cringe. Oh my God. He freelances the whole thing. He's like eating this. Oh, I've got my own spicy sandwich. But be careful, it's spicy. It's like so bad. You guys should play some of it on the show.
I'm watching it right now.
It's so bad. Like somebody said it was like he taped someone's mouth shut and tied him to a chair and was threatening him with his sandwich.
Why is he like this?
We are going to play this in its entirety. I promise you. We absolutely are.
So cringe. Everything he does. Is he trying to be something else and that's why he's like this? Or is this his authentic self?
I feel like it's authentic self. Although I remember I heard Bomani Jones once. I think it was Bomani Jones, and he was talking about there are two Russell Wilsons, and he was like, "There's just."
What if the Russell Wilson we don't know is hella militant?
Yeah,
he's like Stokely Carmichael or something when the camera's off.
I'll put it to you like this: this was a while. This was college, I guess. That was being referenced to, but he was more future than Russell Wilson.
Wow.
I don't know. Draft day says something. Draft day says otherwise.
Well, no. If you did future, Russell was acting more like that.
Wow.
Not the type of girls that he was dealing with, but the way he handled
the sheer volume. The sheer volume of girls.
It's just an opportunity thing. You can be corny and still have a lot of opportunity, right?
Yeah.
This is the real Trysta Krick right here.
Yes. I can't believe you guys heard that. That was okay.
It's great.
So when you heard it, what went through your mind?
I was like, why does she say? And then, but you said something about the audience and the locked on stuff. So I was like, oh, okay, she's cleaning it up a little bit. And it's like, all right, your delivery, your tone, it's all very different, but it's great. It's fantastic. It's just, I know you pretty well and it's funny.
It is. No, it was funny to me too. And I was like,
everyone has to go hear it. It's listen to this and then go listen to that.
The information's the same, but not the same.
Delivered very different.
It's because I knew in my brain that all of these people cover this team very specifically. Mm-hmm. So if I say something out of pocket and 50,000 feet up and too disrespectful, I don't know what's going to happen. So they might not invite me back. I'm trying to get, you know what I'm trying to do? I'm trying to farm their audience. Give me a little locked on this, a little locked on that.
There you go. There you go.
For the R-rated shit, come here. Ooh, I got dump.
We're not on the podcast.
All right, dude. That's the cue. We've got to go. That's Trysta Krick. We appreciate you so much. Thank you. We'll see Trysta next week. Oh, we got it, Trysta. We're all good. Oh man, let's bring. You see the hand waving. All right, Kyle Madson, Chris Biderman. We've got both the hosts of Candlestick Chronicles with us here today.
What's
up, boys?
Snapback guys, big snapback guys.
Oh, I love this. I love this. Kyle, what's up, man? Hey, just confusion that Trysta made. We are live on the radio, just in case anyone's.
Oh, I thought you guys were taking the day off.
It's very much alive, a very much alive radio program.
We are,
man.
Now, look, I gotta ask. We talking Niners for sure.
Mm-hmm. I know what you're gonna ask.
We got
punching Jordan Poole in the face.
Kyle, I've been calling Draymond a fraud for I don't know how long. He is a fraud. This is his true colors. This is what he is. He's not a leader. He's the leader of this team. Stop it. He ain't never been the leader of this team. He's not a leader. Your thoughts on Draymond Green?
He's a millennial that punched the Gen Z kid in the face. I mean, who among us, right? No, it's definitely, this is a terrible look for Draymond, and it makes it super hard as somebody as somebody who has always been Team Draymond, even back to Michigan State. Loved Draymond for a really long time. This is impossible to defend. There's no defending what he did. I don't care what Jordan Poole did or what he said. There's no justifying hauling off and punching your teammate in the face the way Draymond did. And this just makes me rethink just everything I thought about him as a teammate and as a I don't want to say it's a key piece of their run, but it's just like, man, it's really like if I had a Draymond jersey, I don't, but if I did, it'd be like hard to wear it. Like, yeah, it's just bad.
Yeah. The thing for me, it's like you would have thought, given the way the 2016 finals went, like, okay, that could be a learning experience for Draymond. Maybe he'll be better from that. And then the Kevin Durant thing happens in 2018, and you're like, all right, you kind of live as a Warriors fan maybe to like walk that line with Draymond because his intensity is so important to the defense and all that stuff. Like the Dennis Rodman thing, maybe that's who Draymond is. And you're like, all right, maybe he'll learn from that and mature from that. And it's just not happening, right? Like it's not just like a guy acting up. It's like these are serious franchise altering events that have substantial repercussions, like potentially costing your team a title in 2016 or costing your team a chance to extend the run with Kevin Durant. Like I think everybody assumes Kevin Durant was out the door, and maybe he was, but Draymond Green's handling of the Durant situation certainly didn't help or make it more likely that Durant was wanting to come back to Golden State. And now you have this after the Warriors win a championship. It feels like the season is very much in peril before it's even started. So like, I think, I don't want to say like, I think Draymond's been a super important player to the Warriors, and just, they wouldn't have won all those titles without their defense. And he's been very clearly their most important defensive player. But like at some point you gotta, enough's going to be enough, right? Like you're trying to transition from the old guard to these new guys. And like, if Draymond's going to be what he was for the majority of the playoffs last year, which is a guy who's sometimes causing more harm than doing good, then you really have to think about this transition period as you do move on to Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga and James Wiseman potentially. Like, is he going to be a positive influence on those guys, or are these negative events going to keep occurring now that his skill set is dropping off? He's going to be really expensive. They are facing ridiculous luxury tax bills. Like there are all these things you have to factor in now. And it just seems like, you would think from all these other past incidents. Like, no, he'll learn from this and grow, and it just hasn't happened.
Let's shift our attention to the San Francisco 49ers here as we've got Chris Biderman, sneaky Kings reporter, Kyle Madson, Golden State Warriors reporter, but they're also the host of Candlestick Chronicles, available wherever you get podcasts from. We had fun with this at Cooperage Brewing Company, and boy, has it manifested itself beautifully weeks later. How long before Hufanga becomes the most popular 49er? Is he already?
Right now, in this very moment, he might be. Yeah, he might be. There's like there's no controversy. There's no like, there's no pitting him against one another. Like Jaquiski Tartt's gone. Like there isn't a Jaquiski Tartt, Talanoa Hufanga debate going on. And when you make really a game sealing, maybe a game saving play like he did against the Rams, you're kind of unimpeachable at that point.
Also, fans love players with long hair. If you have long hair, you're automatically like a little bit better in fans' eyes, especially when it comes to football players. When they wear a helmet, they got the hair banging out the back. There's the Troy Polamalu comps. There's the style that he plays with. He's super electric and super likable. So, if he's not there yet, I think he's headed there. And if he has like an all-pro type of season, I bet you see a lot of number 29 jerseys around Levi's.
Yeah, no, he's super fun to watch, man. Super fun to watch. And I know I saw him in the game against Chicago to start the season and how phenomenal he looked there. And I was just still a little apprehensive. I was like, I keep on hearing people saying he might not be good in coverage. He's playing really, really aggressive. It goes against a better quarterback. They start using that aggression against them and all this other stuff. And I'm just, I don't want to be fooled, right? Because I want to be like, yo, this is the guy they found. This dude, he's gonna be here for the next. He's Polamalu reincarnated. He's gonna be here for the next 10 years. He's not. He's gonna be. I want to be excited, but I'm like trying to protect myself. Is it time that I just don't protect my? Is he? He is who he is, right? Hufanga is that dude, right?
I mean, I think if you look at just how good the surroundings are for him, just like he's on a really good defense and he's willing to he's able to take chances because there's so many good players doing their jobs around him, that I feel like it would be different if he were on a bad defense and like the only guy responsible for making plays. Like, there's going to be a good pass rush a lot of the time, right? He's playing alongside or behind arguably the best linebacking core in football. The Niners corners are solid. Like their other safety spot is solid. So he's in a situation where he can just thrive and just make plays and play free because he doesn't have to compensate for other guys who aren't doing their job. So that's to me, like why I think on top of like his talent and the way he prepares and everything like that, that to me is a huge factor in this because he can just do his thing because the Niners defense is so good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the other thing too, the big question with him out of USC was his athleticism. Like, how would that translate in the NFL? He was always around the football at SC. He was a Pac-12 Defensive Player of the Year. He was generating turnovers. It's like, man, that guy's just a player. Like, I think we talked about it on the podcast when he got drafted. It's like, this guy's just going to be an awesome special teamer for like 10 years, like minimum. Mm-hmm. But then you go and you see him as like one of the fastest ball carriers in the NFL on his pick six, and it's like, oh, he can move a little bit. Like Chris is just saying, any functional athleticism that he does lack, he's not required to do those things in this defense. So I'm out of questions about Talanoa Hufanga as a player. I think he's really, really good. And he's got that dog in him, which is very important.
You see the X-ray. You got the dog all in the X-ray.
For those listening on 1320 AM, 98.5 FM, for those listening on the Odyssey app, the 95.7 The Game has again shoved Kyle into a closet to do his radio hit here with us, along with Chris Biderman. Kyle, I'll start with you on this one. What's your assessment? I've had trouble making sense of that game against the Rams. The fact that Sean McVay just can't beat him in the regular season. Had to sweat out the NFC Championship, but got it done. Credit to him for winning the one that matters the most. And still looking at this, man, this is a tremendous defensive team. I didn't think Jimmy Garoppolo was good. I didn't think he was bad. I thought Jimmy was fine. Like I thought he was fine. I didn't know what to think about the 49ers walking away from that game. Except their defense is really, really good. That was the one thing that was obvious.
Yeah, the thing for me was I don't think that was the ceiling for their offense. Their offense was better than it was the Sunday previous, which means I think they're trending the right direction. And they still have that game in their bag. Like they can still generate enough offense on a day where their defense is just going to be lights out, which I think is going to be more days than not this year. So the question going into Monday was, man, can they get to 20 points? Like, can this offense score 20? So they get a couple of touchdowns, they get a defensive touchdown. And I think that Sunday night in Denver was like rock bottom for the offense. I don't think that's their floor. I think Garoppolo talks about getting in a rhythm. I think Kyle Shanahan's starting to try to figure some things out. I think he had gotten figured out a little bit. So I think that what we saw Monday was the new like baseline for their offense, and I think we'll start to see them get a little better. They'll have a bad game here and there, but for the most part, I think what we saw on Monday was the kind of team this is going to be.
Yeah, for me, I think it's turnovers, right? Like it's pretty clear through their first 4 games when they've turned the ball over, they've lost, and when they haven't turned the ball over, they've won. And like, there's not a huge difference between, Jimmy Garoppolo Denver was kind of a unique case, but like a typical game and what Jimmy Garoppolo did on Monday night, there's not a whole lot of difference there aside from like those couple throws that do end up getting intercepted. Mm-hmm. Right. And even like the Deebo Samuel touchdown pass, I'm not convinced he threw that high on purpose. Right. And if it's on target and hits Deebo in the chest, it might be a pick six the other way. So I'm with you, Damien, in that like I'm not coming out of that game super encouraged by what the 49ers did offensively, because there's a chance they might have gotten pretty lucky and that could have been a 14-point swing the other direction. So to me, it's about turnovers, because I think there's a baseline of the offense, given the talent you have, given Kyle Shanahan's play calling, that if you don't make mistakes and you avoid self-inflicted wounds, then you're probably going to be competitive in all these games because your defense is so good, right? Mm-hmm. But it becomes a lot harder to win when you're giving the ball away. And so to me, that's really the biggest thing, because they don't have the luxury of like having a great offensive line right now, particularly with Trent Williams out, to be like, all right, we're just going to run the ball 40 times and that's how we're going to win. Like, they can't control the line of scrimmage in the same way that they could. So they are going to have to pass. And that means more risky throws for Jimmy Garoppolo. So it's still, as long as Jimmy Garoppolo, unless he like starts to play dramatically better, which he might, he's typically played his best football in November and December. But like, unless you see a dramatic difference from him, I think you're kind of teetering in a precarious scenario with the offense, because he is so prone to making those game-changing interceptions.
I think that's just Jimmy. Like, that's just what it is. Is there a better version of Jimmy? Yeah, but he's also liable to throw a pick six in a big spot.
Right.
That's what the Niners are trying to move on.
But is there a better version of Jimmy?
Nope. Like from what we saw, I mean, he's not a 59% completion rate guy. I thought he missed a couple of throws that he normally makes on Monday, but not substantially better. Not like Pro Bowl caliber quarterback on a consistent basis.
Mm-hmm. But he's about that, like what we saw on Monday. He's about that. And that's why I always say he's about an average quarterback. And that's also why I was so frustrated the week before in Denver, because I thought that was the worst game I'd ever seen him play before, as far as the turnovers and the missed throws and things of that nature. But the pattern, and you guys tell me if I'm wrong, but I kind of see it. The pattern usually goes with Jimmy Garoppolo. He'll give you about 5 or 6 straight games like he played on Monday, and then he'll have a horrible game that brings everything into question. And then he goes back to having about 3 or 4 more games like he had on Monday night. If he plays that way, and I'm with you, Chris, I think the biggest thing is the turnover aspect of it all. But if he plays the way he played on Monday and runs that offense the way he did, combined with the defense that it seems like they have, is that enough for them to get back to where they were last year in the NFC Championship game and beyond?
I think so, because, I mean, the defense is better than last year, like very clearly better. And they did win 2 road playoff games with Jimmy Garoppolo compromised with the shoulder injury, which he says was far more significant than the thumb injury. So if they can keep Garoppolo upright and keep him healthy, then I think the team should be better than it was last year. But the injuries have been sort of piling up quietly or not so quietly in some cases, really throughout, like since late August, like when Jimmy Ward went down and Elijah Mitchell went down and Trent Williams went down. Like these are all really important players, and they obviously they're not going to be, Eric Armstead might go on IR. Like they're not going to be nearly as good if they're just missing all of their best players at various portions of the season, right? George Kittle missed the first 2 games of the year, and he's perpetually dealing with injuries. So like, I think the ceiling is higher for the 49ers overall than last year because the defense is substantially better. And the idea of keeping Jimmy Garoppolo healthy with these weapons, like you should be able to put enough together offensively to get there. But there are some substantial questions, right? Like, can you keep Jimmy Garoppolo healthy? Is he, it's hard to say he's less injury prone after an offseason where he had significant shoulder surgery. So I think they absolutely can get to where they were last year and potentially be better. But there are just as many questions, really, as long as Jimmy Garoppolo is your quarterback.
Chris Biderman and Kyle Madson with us here on ESPN 1320. Kyle, what is going on with George Kittle?
I thought you were going to ask what was going on with my microphone. Hopefully it sounds better now.
It sounds way better.
Oh, thank God. You guys just got to let me know.
Yeah, normally we do between Trysta cussing and your microphone. We're like, it's Friday. We're just going to let it ride. Just let it ride. You sound like $1 million now, though. That's great.
What was your question? George Kittle. What about him?
George Kittle's play was much like your microphone was a few moments ago. Why does it, like, it doesn't feel like George Kittle's involved in the offense? And I don't want to criticize George Kittle's play. I don't feel like he's involved in the offense. Why not?
His production.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was just grinding the all 22 the other night.
Nice.
And because I had a theory that maybe he didn't play much in the preseason, and then he's hurt for the first 2 games. So my thought was, okay, maybe he's still just kind of getting back into game shape, and they're not going to fire 10 targets a game at him right away when he's still kind of working his way into playing shape. So I think that's part of it, but I also think that part of this evolution that I think Kyle Shanahan's kind of going through is figuring out how to utilize George Kittle against defenses, because he knows how defenses want to defend him. And so there were several times the other night where Kittle's out and he's in a route, but he's like peeling out to the boundary, not even looking for the ball, just taking defenders with him as Juwan Jennings makes a 3rd down catch. And then the second Juwan Jennings 3rd down catch, Kittle ran like the same route, but underneath it, and the linebacker goes with him and it leaves Jennings open. So I think that's part of it. There was another one where he was open on a deep shot and Garoppolo pressure just got to him and he ended up running for a 1st down. So I think that it's kind of a combination of things, but I don't think it's like, oh, George Kittle's bad now. I think we'll see his production kind of start to tick up here as the season goes on, as he gets healthier and as Kyle Shanahan makes whatever adjustments that he's making.
Yeah, and I think there's an element too of like Kyle Shanahan really emphasizing Jimmy Garoppolo getting the ball out of his hands quickly, and when you have George Kittle, maybe he's using him as a decoy to a certain extent to like, hey, maybe pull this guy this way so we can get the ball to Jennings, within 2 seconds of snapping the ball, like those types of things. Because the issue when you're trying to get the ball out of the quarterback's hands as quickly as possible to avoid pressure, it's not like you're going through 3 or 4 progressions, right? Mm-hmm. So like if George Kittle's coming back and like the whole point of the game plan is to get the ball out of Jimmy Garoppolo's hands as fast as possible, and you really like matchups you can get with Deebo Samuel or Juwan Jennings on 3rd down in particular, then it's like, all right, George Kittle might not get the 10, 12 targets we've seen him get previously. But I do think like as the season goes on, as George Kittle rounds back into game shape and gets more acclimated just to the season in general, I think his production is going to tick up for sure.
Real quick before we get you guys out of here, Niners first 4 weeks of the season should have took care of the Bears game, probably should have took care of the Broncos game, whatever. They did take care of Seattle, handled the Rams. It's been up and down. A lot of things have gone on in just the first 4 weeks. Now they're going on a short week, cross country to Carolina. I understand all that. Carolina is preparing for their coach to get fired. Baker Mayfield looks like a train wreck. They can't keep anybody off the quarterback as well. Come on, guys. The Niners, especially with the defense they have, they should establish themselves early on the defensive end. And if I'll put it to you like this, if they do lose the game against Carolina, it should be because of turnovers and bad offense. This defense needs to establish, like, yeah, this is another team that's not going to score 20 on us. This shouldn't happen, right?
Yeah, Carolina stinks. They're not good.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you're right, Kenny. I that's the short of it. If the 49ers don't turn the ball over, they should win comfortably. I think that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they've typically been, they're doing this thing where they stay on the East Coast, and they've typically been good when they do that. And so, but the issue has been they've struggled coming back from those East Coast trips, right? Like in 2019, they had those big games. They played pretty well in Baltimore. They obviously played, but lost. And then they played really well in New Orleans, came back and lost next week to the Falcons, right? Like a non-playoff team. What's interesting about this time is they have Carolina to stay in the Greenbrier in West Virginia, a game in Atlanta, and then they come back to play the Chiefs. So like they know that game coming back is going to be especially difficult because of the circumstances, but now also because it's like one of the best teams in the league. Mm-hmm. And it's going to be important for them to rack up these 2 wins just so they can insulate themselves from a loss to the Chiefs not being like catastrophic, right? Because if they if they go 0-2 and then have to come back, I mean, I don't think it's going to happen, but just say if they were to go 0-2 and then come back and play the Chiefs, like it would potentially be like the dagger in their season, right? So like these next 2 games are super important because you have a stretch coming up starting with the Chiefs where you're playing a lot of good teams and you need to get these wins when they're available to you. And that's ultimately like the biggest regret of the first month of the season is that like, man, the Bears stink, the Broncos stink, and they needed to win those games and didn't. So now they don't have the same margin for error, which is similar to last year when they started 3-5, which I guess should be encouraging for Niners fans. Like they can potentially bounce back and get rolling.
It's not off the table. Also, I feel the need to say this. It's not off the table that the Niners might just not be very good. I mean, maybe Jimmy Garoppolo is just kind of what he was in Denver and against LA. And yeah, they're going to win some games because of their defense, but that ceiling that we saw them reach last year after they started 3-5 and they really went on that tear at the end of the year, maybe that ceiling is just not there anymore. Like that's definitely on the table.
Well, good thing I never doubted a guy like Jeff Wilson because he's been really good for the 49ers the last couple of weeks for sure. Chris Biderman, Kyle Madson, host of Candlestick Chronicles. Subscribe, rate, and review. That's tattooed on Kyle's arm. Check out the podcast for 49ers coverage. Oh, chest. Sorry, it's tattooed on his chest. Subscribe, rate, and review Candlestick Chronicles.
Right above Thug Life.
Right above it. Yeah, right above it. We got Kings tickets on the way. James Ham joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Clear. Casey.
Oh, God, we did it.
Good to see you.
Dude, this Draymond thing, we've done 2 shows since the news first broke. It's been 6 hours of it.
Oh, I believe it. Shit, we had like 2 hours on it, and it didn't even involve us, but we threw in the stuff from the shop and the digs at Sacramento. But I'm just not I respect Draymond's game. He just rubs me the wrong way, man.
I'm certain I would hate him if he didn't play for the Warriors.
Well, he talks a lot for a dude that's not the reason the Warriors win, right? Like he's like a reason, but they win because of Steph and Clay and whoever else. Like they're not, and Draymond's like kind of piggybacking and being like the vocal guy who's like looks like he's trying to get credit for it, but it's like, man, if you were on Charlotte this whole time, you'd be like a cool defensive player, but no one would be talking about you like you're some star.
Well, and like when your trash talk is like, sit down in a film room and break down the film and then come talk to me. It's like, okay, man. Like, yeah, you got it.
What, like Nate Duncan?
Can you make
like, what do you like? What are you talking? Yeah. Like, what are we doing? Yeah. Like this shit is goofy. Like he's there's 2015 maybe. There isn't another title the Warriors have they don't win if Draymond Green's on this team. 2015, you can convince me Draymond needed to be on that team. The Kevin Durant years, no.
No, that for sure. I genuinely don't think they win it this year without him.
Really?
Yes. Because who's playing center in the non-Kevon Looney minutes?
Yeah, I mean, that's my whole thing is like they've really won these titles in large part because of their defense. Like when they turn on, like during their best runs, when they turn on in like the last 4 minutes of games defensively, like that's really it. Because their defense has always led to their offense. Like, you know, they get steals, they get rebounds, they can run out, and then when they're playing at tempo and not taking the ball out from underneath the basket, the offense just looks way different. And so I think there's an element of like the defense kind of gets underrated in that way, but also like just shut up, man. you already cost him a title and potentially more years with Kevin Durant. Like, just chill. Like, why you got to punch out Jordan Poole? Like, what?
The thing about this is, my worry, I guess, is less about like the punch. Like, I think the infrastructure and the culture is good enough that they can kind of like get by that, even if people don't get over it. Like, they can get by it to play. But Draymond reacted horribly to being suspended for the KD thing. Like, he laughed in Bob Myers' face and this and that, and it's not his fault. What happens when they tell him he's suspended for ring night?
They're not going
to. I don't think they're going to.
I think they have to.
But how do you suspend him? This is the thing I'm stuck on. We've got to go. How do you
Bobby Portis got suspended for 8 games.
How do you suspend him after what Bob Myers said yesterday? You're suspending him because of what we saw, not because of what we did. And you don't even get to answer because I've got to go.
Wow. Typical Damian.
Love you guys. Thanks.
Yes. Yeah. Better.
Oh, maybe we weren't. I thought we were coming back. My bad. Sorry, guys. Oh, I thought you said we're coming back now. Oh, that must have been Chris. Somebody must have. I swore I heard you say we're coming back. We're not. We have 40 seconds. So I got rid of Chris and Kyle for no reason. Sorry, guys. Yeah, Steven, I see you. No, they didn't, CJ. That's ridiculous. They did not lose against Cleveland because of Draymond. They lost against Cleveland because Ty Lue. Cleveland figured them out.
Draymond was there in game 6 and 7.
8 points, 32 points. Yep. Okay. I don't like to kill the gimmick because it's just kind of part of the show. I didn't tell you this earlier. I was watching the baseball game the whole time.
Wow.
The ninth inning was a little wild.
That was really wild.
I was trying really hard not to like just because the TV's off to my left, and I was trying really hard to not like steer too far away from the camera. But the Phillies are down 2-0 in the ninth, get 6, and then St. Louis comes back and they get 1, but they have the tying runner at the plate. And they couldn't close it out and wound up losing.
6.
That was a interesting little wild little ninth inning right there.
Yeah, their closer had to come out of the game. I think they said he had a hand issue or something like that. He had to come out of the game, and then he had already kind of tricked it off a little bit, and then it was just the floodgates open for Philly.
It's been an interesting last hour of the show, man. That's for sure. That was an all-time Trysta Krick appearance.
No, it was. It was.
I'm so glad we have the freedom we do to just kind of go to commercial when we want, because Trysta will go. Like, she ain't worried about nothing. If Kyle wasn't on after Trysta, she could be on for like an hour and some change.
Oh, for
like
sure.
she would just keep thinking of things she wanted to talk about, and we would just keep talking about them.
Yeah. She is the ultimate content creator.
Indeed she is. The Kings are gearing up for their second preseason game coming up on Sunday against the Portland Trail Blazers. Of course, that's the same team they'll see in the home opener just about 10, 11, 12, 13, a few days away, less than 2 weeks away. The season will open. We don't do math here on D-Lo and KC, but James Ham does interviews, and he had the opportunity to talk to Malik Monk. We'll talk with James Ham, by the way, coming up in just a few minutes. Also, we'll have tickets to that home opener that we just referenced there a moment ago. Home opener, season opener. We'll have tickets for that. And James Ham spoke to Kenny's favorite player, Malik Monk.
I think you guys are having a good time. Are you guys loose and ready for the next challenge?
Yeah, for sure, man. We're tired of playing each other. And I'm tired of seeing everybody. I just see that. Yeah, we definitely ready, man. Coach Mike is doing a great job with us and explaining and teaching everything real well. So we grasping on pretty quick, and it's been a lot of fun.
How much of his offense and these defensive schemes has he been able to put in?
We put our basic stuff in so far, and we doing great with the basic stuff, and we competing real well. So I'm pretty sure he's gonna add something new every day. We do something new every day. So just the basic stuff right now.
Malik, a lot has been made about you and De'Aaron finally getting to play together. So what did it mean for y'all to finally get a chance to get out there against the Lakers?
It was great, man. We didn't play with each other that much, but it's always great to be with my teammate, man. And yes, it's great to be here, surrounded by all these group of guys, man. They all great, and they all want to win. So I'm happy to be here.
As someone who follows you on social media, are you and AD okay?
We always good, man. He just missed me. He ain't want to say it. That's how he said he was missing me. He didn't want to say it to the media, but yeah, I know what he meant by that.
How much did you appreciate that moment of him kind of using that opportunity to kind of shout you out a bit?
Oh yeah, for sure, man. I talk to AD almost every other day, so we good close friends. But it's great to see him say some stuff like that, man. But I know what he meant by it.
How much do you feel what you bring here? Obviously, what you bring on the court is pretty well documented, but off the court, it feels like you bring a kind of a fresh, loose kind of vibe to camp.
Yeah, I open things up, man. I try to be funny, try to make everybody laugh, man, so we can have fun here. We've been here a lot and long times and periods and sometimes, so I just try to make the best out of it and make everybody laugh.
Was that our guy Hunter in the middle of that scrum?
Like Hunter, I was trying to figure out exactly. It sounded like
I think that was our guy Hunter.
Shout out to Hunter.
You see him on the Kings beat, not the James Ham Kings beat, but the Kings beat, like he out there at Kings practice. I think that was our guy Hunter Patterson, man. Good stuff right there. But that's your man's. That's Kenny's favorite player right there, Malik Monk.
Malik ready for the season, man. Ready for the season. Let's go. I want to see more Malik Monk. He struggled a little bit in that first half on the game on Monday night, but in the second half he started to turn up.
Do you want to? James makes it clear. I didn't even think about this. Mike was asked about Draymond Green. Any interest in hearing that? So it's a lengthy clip. James Ham does say he kind of sidesteps it a little bit, which I understand. That's not his team. But here's my.
It's the elephant in the room, I guess. The video that comes out in the place you were at last year. Just how jarring was it seeing that video?
To me, it's not an elephant in the room. I mean, it is what it is. I'm not there. That's their problem, that they got to figure out or sort out. And that's kind of how I look at it.
It's not that uncommon to see fights in practice. How would you, for people who don't see that in the NBA, I mean, is that a common thing, non-common thing? How do you typically deal with when something like that happens?
It depends. Each situation is different. I mean, there's no, rule in a book that says that this, or that's going to happen, and so you just deal with every situation that comes up based on the facts or what you know, and you move forward as a group, whatever that means.
I'm gonna hit pause right there for a quick second. Obviously, this might come as a surprise to many people. I don't play professional basketball. I never did. I don't know if I'm breaking news here, but I don't.
Got a little athletic build. It is okay.
Yeah, but I'm not in these locker rooms. But today, I think there's a difference between a fight in training camp and what we saw today. I don't think those are the same things. And I don't think what Draymond did is as common as some people are trying to make it out to be.
Yeah.
a fight is a very generic term. A fight could be a pull apart. A fight could be a skirmish. A fight could be shoving. A fight could be, wrestling for position in the post and then holding on to jerseys like that. That could all be constituted in a fight.
Mm-hmm.
I don't, and I'm confident all of that is very common. I don't think what we saw today was common. And classifying that, you see fights in training camp. Oh, these happen all the time. I saw Eric Crocker. Fights happen all the time. Like that? And maybe in football they do. Because that's like, I'd be surprised if they didn't. In basketball, I don't think that's a normal thing.
No, I don't think so either. I know a lot of people say that stuff. And I also did not play professional basketball or anything, but I played college, played high school, whatever. I don't remember a lot of fights, if any. Like, it was just when we were a successful team, the other notion is, well, you weren't on a winning team if you never won nothing if they weren't fighting. Like, no, didn't have to be that.
True.
Like, you can hold your teammates accountable. You can be intense and all this other stuff without punching somebody in the face.
Yeah,
I don't know, man. Like I said, maybe it's just I'm just coming from my experience. That's not common. What we saw. It's
not. No, and I don't. It's being framed on social media too much as if this is common practice behavior. It's not.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not in practices. I feel like I've been around the game quite a bit. That's not normal.
Right.
This is absolutely not normal. Here's just a smidge bit more from Mike Brown.
Been in camp for days and days now. I mean, these things happen when you guys are beating on the same guys, your teammates, time and time again, right? Maybe not to that extent.
I don't know. I mean, we haven't. It hadn't happened to us. I don't know. Like I said,
I'm just going to pause that because James is going to join us in just a minute, and James asked that question, and we'll talk to James about it, and we'll also give you Kings tickets because that's what we do. We are your home for great Kings content and Kings tickets. And Marcus heard it. I know Marcus heard it. So I appreciate Marcus. Shout out to Marcus. If you want to take part in the chat, youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. We're live on the ESPN 1320 Facebook page. Go like us on Facebook. Dust off your Facebook account and go like us.
Yeah.
At ESPN 1320 on Twitter as well. James Ham joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. All right. I'll be right back.
For sure.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that reminds me. Excuse me, guys. I gotta type something real quick. Let's see. Da-da-da-da. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Just trying to put something in here. Do this little. There we go. Well. Look who it is. Murph in the chat. What's going on, Murph, dog? That was funny, by the way. Why are you a Lamar Jackson hater? That's uncalled for. Uncalled for. I'm just giving you a hard time, Murph, man. I know you there. I'm just giving you a hard time. Jokes, man. We appreciate you always, big dog. There goes James. What's up, James?
What's happening? You guys got me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Sweet.
Your tag up. Where's it at?
Hammer.
There it goes.
What's happening? I literally just scurried in the door from practice.
I believe it.
Yep. Had to stop for gas on the way home.
You have to stop for gas on the way there, too?
Jesus. Yeah. It's like $84.
James went to work today, and he's out $160.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yep.
Oh,
people
man.
submitting their times. Show some faith, people.
I think he's gonna make it all the way through. The time is one. Ain't that what they do on The Price is Right?
Go low.
Without going over.
Man. Oh, goodness gracious. Big fan of Kamala, the Ugandan giant.
Yeah, he's funny. He did not want to touch that Draymond Green question.
Yeah, so I'm gonna ask you. We'll start with that.
Yeah.
And then get into Herder.
Yep.
And I'm gonna ask you for clarification on that, and then we'll just go from there.
Yeah. You know you don't have to game plan. You just hit me with whatever. Hit me with ever.
ESPN 1320 is apparently making a ton of money because now we take forever long commercial breaks. That's all right.
That's all right. That's all right.
Oh, man. Someone sent us a caption that said Russell Wilson with Denver, and it's the Tiger Woods mugshot.
Oh, no.
That's terrible.
Oh, no.
That's terrible.
That is completely.
It's funny. It's funny, but it's terrible.
He's just not good. Like, what's going on?
He's not playing well at all. He normally reserves this for the end of the season. Okay. Oh, man. I got to work the whole damn weekend, but I'm still ready for the weekend.
I do too. Yeah, we got practice tomorrow. We got game on Sunday. I got a podcast after this.
Hey, what are we doing tomorrow? Are you going for are you going to go watch the beginning of the game? Get there before the game?
Yeah, probably. So I don't know about before the game, but around kickoff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Going to Sac State football tomorrow, Hammer.
Ooh.
Stingers up.
Yes, yeah, I'm an Aggie, so we don't do the Stingers up thing.
That's a shame. Smarty pants.
We don't do those things.
All right, we're coming back. All right, man. We appreciate you for being back here with us. We appreciate you rolling with us here on this 49ers Friday. Make sure you're locked in for game day on Sunday, headed into that 49ers-Panthers matchup. And we welcome in our 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, James Ham. James, we had just played a piece of sound that you posted over on your Twitter account with you and Mike Brown. There was obviously some talk with Mike Brown, formerly with Golden State Warriors, about the Draymond Green situation over the last couple of days in the video that came out today. And Mike, he kind of kept the conversation centered on the Sacramento Kings. But one thing that stood out is, I think you and Sean did this both. Stuff happens in training camp for sure. Scuffles, skirmishes, you could even say fights happen. But I think what we saw on that video today from Draymond Green, and you've been around the game a lot, that's not normal. That's not a training camp fight. That's not a scuffle. That's something else. And what we saw in that video, to me, that's not a normal part of training camp. That's not normal to me.
It's called assault. That's what that was. I mean, like, I think we get desensitized to this because we see, as you're scrolling through your Twitter feed or your Facebook feed, you see one person punching one person after another. Like in, sometimes it's a goofy video, so, whatever. I just, when it comes down to it, like, the game of basketball, it does get intense. Like, there are moments where you want to fight somebody, but you get paid millions and millions of dollars as an NBA player to have a little mechanism in the back of your head that says that's not a good idea. And Draymond Green has always had a questionable little mechanism in his head when it comes to that. But sometimes you push it over the line. And, I think the Bucks, when this happened a couple of years ago with Bobby Portis, or no, was it the Bucks or the Bulls?
It was the Bulls. Portis,
yeah, the Bulls. The Bulls gave Portis 8 games for doing this.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And Bobby Portis came out on Twitter yesterday and said, "Yeah, I got 8 games, and just so everyone knows, I was defending myself." And that's not what we just saw with Draymond Green. So I don't know. I don't know how you kind of put this thing to bed, because Draymond Green deserves a lengthy suspension. And this isn't Ron Artest going into the stands and grabbing fans and throwing them around. But that doesn't mean that, it's one of those scenes where that could get handed to a police department and they could look at it to see if it warrants criminal charges. That's not okay. It's not okay in a professional setting at all. And then to have that leak out, that's a whole nother can of worms. That's what, the worst thing about that, it's what costs the rest of us as media members and as people who consume basketball news or sports news, because now you're going to be just a little more cautious, and we're going to see less of training camp. We're going to see.
Well, I don't
less
think
of
that was a
events.
media member. Do you?
No. But there's always a fear that someone is recording something behind the walls of a gym inside their inner sanctum. So I've always looked at the practice floor and the locker room. That's their inner sanctum. That's their world that we're visitors in. And it only takes a couple of these things to go out there where people just say, look, we're just not going to give access. And by limiting the ability for people like myself to record something like that, you're just lessening the chance of something getting out. And you never know when something crazy is going to happen. And, I think it's a bad look. It certainly is. And I think it's whoever put it out there, not great. I'm sure they got paid, but not great.
Someone tweeted, "Whoever leaked the video to TMC is all the proof you need how high the rent is in the Bay Area."
It's facts.
It is facts.
Do what you got to do.
Yeah, and clearly it looks like it's recorded off of a laptop. So somebody took their phone, saw the video, recorded it off of that. It's not going to be one of our like what you said. It's not a media member that did this. At least I don't think. I mean, you never know. But when it really comes down to it, whether it was an intern or it was security guard or whoever it was, I'm sure they got paid, but I think at the end of the day, it hurts everybody for stuff like that to get out there. I guess, sure, Draymond Green will be held accountable, and the punishment will be stiffer because of what we saw in the video. But I think all of us will pay the price for that in the end.
Well, James, though, let's touch on that a little bit. Like, as far as we know right now, and if this hadn't come out, nothing was going to happen.
Right.
With Draymond Green. So, not that you can get, inside the minds of the Golden State Warriors, but why do you think there was no disciplinary action for something like that?
Oh, they were still reviewing. I'm sure that's what they'll say.
Oh, that's not the way Bob Myers made it sound.
Yeah.
Bob Myers made it sound like, no, we're good. We're going to handle this internally. And then the video dropped and it was like, uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Yeah, well, they can try to play it that way, but the NBA shouldn't play it that way. The NBA should look at it just like they should with all kinds of events like this that happen where people are caught on film.
So, and that's where I'm not exactly sure I agree with that one. You think the NBA should step in now. And I'm looking at it as like it's a team issue. It didn't happen from one team to another team. Then the league has to come police it. It's a team issue. I kind of feel like that should be on the team and the NBA should stay out of it. But you think they could possibly, come and levy some kind of suspension or fine of their own?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, there's only 450 players in the league, and it doesn't matter whether they're all part of, like, those 20 guys are part of one team or those 2 guys are part of one team or not. The players union, everybody should be interested to see how they handle a situation like this, because while it is it can be an in-house thing, it's really not. I mean, you have a basic assault by one player against another, and again, that's a union member getting assaulted by another union member. Like, this is like, there should be some basic structure in place by the league that handles situations like this.
Okay, well, let's let our friends at 95.7 The Game worry about the Golden State Warriors. Let's talk about the Sacramento Kings. You tweeted, Mike Brown said Kevin Huerter's getting the starting spot at the 2-guard position. Is that Sunday, or is that he's in with Barnes and Sabonis and Fox as the starters, the four of the 5 starters for opening night?
Yeah, how I got it from Mike was that's it, that Huerter's going to be the starter, that he's the guy that looks like he fits the best with the starting unit. And that's going into the regular season. Now, again, these things can change, but I don't think so. I mean, it's kind of what we thought coming in. And then that power forward position is still wide open. KZ Okpala, again, today was with the other 4 starters, which we now can look at as the 4 starters. When Fox and Huerter and Barnes and Sabonis. Sabonis spoke at camp too, but I didn't have time to put video out before I hopped in the car and raced back home. It wasn't anything earth-shattering, but I think when you look at that position, we spoke to Malik Monk today, but we spoke to Monk before we talked to Mike Brown. If we would have known that we were getting Malik Monk, we probably would have swapped that around, so we could have been able to ask Monk about, the position and him coming off the bench. But I think he's okay. He's a guy with such a positive attitude, and he's a fun guy. We saw him and Chimezie Metu messing around after practice today. He's always got a smile on his face. He's always got a joke for somebody, and he's a guy that really does kind of lighten the spirit there in practice. And so hopefully they don't have situations like what just happened in Golden State.
Yeah, I get that vibe too from Malik, that he's just kind of willing to do whatever needs to be done to help the team. Does he want to start? I'm sure everybody wants to start, but I don't think it's something that would ruin like his production or his demeanor out there on the court. I also say that, and I don't think Monk falls in this category, but that's also the case if it's working, right? Like, if they're winning, cool. Like, do whatever you got to do to just keep on winning. But if the record tails off a little bit and they're not winning as much, that's maybe when you see a little frustration. Like, hey, this isn't working. Let's try and change something up with me in there or something.
Yeah, realistically, we're probably going to look at that power forward spot as a position that changes first. If it's not working. If it's not working, we're going to see Keegan Murray in the starting lineup. If we don't see him on opening night, we still don't know. what Mike Brown is going to do here. But,
You got a hint today, though, yeah?
Well, I mean, we did get a little bit of a hint with KZ Okpala still with the group, but at the end of the day, like, look, Keegan Murray's too good. He's going to have to he will take over that starting job, whether it's 20 games into the season or it's 40 games into the season, but he's going to own that position for the next decade in Sacramento. That's what it looks like. So I would be surprised if we don't see something move pretty quickly on that. But I thought even like the one question that we have is who is KZ Okpala when it comes to the offensive end? We have no idea because he's played such a limited amount of minutes over his first 3 years in the NBA. And, we can go back to his 2 years at Stanford and see that he was actually pretty productive, shot 36.8% from three, averaged 16 points a game, all that stuff. But at the end of the day, you have to see how it plays out at the NBA level. If KZ can come in and just shoot 36% from three and hold his own at the position and work as a cutter, then defensively he can keep that position for a long time. Eventually, you're still going to make a move because Keegan Murray does so much more on the court. But I like to see him with the starting unit going around. They were doing like shooting drills from one end of the court to the next. So everyone's shooting threes. And he looks solid. Like he's got a nice shooting stroke from the 3-point line. He just needs more time and more reps and more confidence, I would say. Like get him out there and see if you can really give him some burn where he starts to get comfortable and starts hitting his shots.
What's the number one thing we need answered this weekend?
I don't, it's interesting too. Like I'll say this about camp. Like when we watched today, we watched, 4 groups of 5 move around from one station to the next. Everyone's shooting threes. They're trying to get 10 threes combined from the corner, from the elbow, and from the top of the key. Like they're moving around, and then all of these groups would rotate to another one of the courts. And I thought it was really interesting that it wasn't just KZ Okpala with the starting group. All of the groups that we saw in that first preseason game were the same. So I looked over at one court, and it was Quinn Cook and Keon Ellis and Neemias Queta and Kent Bazemore, and that was the group, And if you looked around, that's kind of the way it was. Like you saw the second unit, you saw the third unit, you saw the fourth unit. I don't know if that's true, how all of these are going to play out. Sam Merrill still with like the third unit. And Chima Moneki was with the fourth unit. So, I think that's one thing that Mike really does have to figure out. Like, it's not too long until he has to make cuts. Like, cuts are coming. Maybe not next week, but, he said he'd like to see another game or two of preseason before he makes any cuts. And I'd say he probably wants to see all 4 preseason games before he has to make cuts, because he doesn't have to until the day before the start of the regular season. And so you might as well give these guys as much time as possible. So I guess if you're asking, that would be the one thing. Like, what do you have? Who is going to be your first team, your second team? Who are those guys that are on the fringe who might step into the rotation if somebody else falters? That's something I think we will know more of on Sunday when he plays maybe 15 players, but more like 12, 13 players, and we'll start to see the guys that are on the bubble.
And that's what I was thinking earlier too, James. Like when he says, he's going to cut down the rotation, maybe 15 or even 12 or 13. Yeah, you can have that many officially get into the game. But as far as like minutes played, it's closer to seeing Sabonis and Fox and all those guys to like 25 to 28 minutes, and Lynn or Delhi or somebody like that get in there later in the fourth for the last 5-6 minutes of the game, something like that, right? That's what we should start seeing on Sunday, or would that be next week against Phoenix?
No, I think the second preseason game you see, again, like the maximum 15 players. And of course, that can change. If it's like a really lopsided game, you could go to the bench earlier. I think what we'll see in the first half specifically, we'll see the starters. We'll see the second unit come in. We'll see the starters come back in and finish the half. Maybe some adjustments made there, which is what we saw the last game where Keegan Murray came in and finished the first half. Third quarter, you start with your starters, you go to your bench, and again, try to get some sort of chemistry and flow going. And then that fourth quarter is usually, maybe you let your second team go a couple of minutes into the fourth quarter, but then you go to the next 5 guys and kind of give them their shot.
So we're still looking at a cap of 20, I guess, based on what you just said, 22 minutes probably for the starters.
Yeah. I mean, they might play, 22 to 26. I just, you don't need to build starters up to starters minutes in the NBA. I don't believe.
But you want them to play together though, don't you?
Yeah, but I mean, that's why I think we're seeing these guys work in groups out on the court. They are playing a ton together. They're playing, these practices. That's the one thing Sabonis said today. The practices are really, really long. The focus is really long. Film studies are long. There is a lot of teaching going on. And I've asked Mike Brown a couple of times sort of the absorption rate and how well his team is taking in all the information. I asked today, how much of the playbook are you guys getting at this point? And it's still a lot of base stuff, but you're starting to filter in, an extra 3 wrinkles on the offensive and defensive end every practice. So it's slowly building, and that's kind of where you're at still. You got a bunch of players, and it's good because, if you can do 2 sets of 5 that aren't your starting unit and aren't your second unit, but they can see how the play looks and how the defensive structure and all that stuff looks from, standing outside and watching. That's a good thing. And, having the ability to make these line changes in practice is kind of a good thing.
How long are practices now? When you say they got a lot going on, I'm thinking, me personally, I know Pat Riley does it differently, but we shouldn't be having no practice outside of 2 hours. 2-hour practice. You can get your shots and stuff up afterwards or whatever, get your treatment. But I mean, it's the way you said it. It sounded like they're there for maybe 3 hours, 3.5 hours.
Well, I can tell you that one day practice started around 9 or 10, and they thought they would let us in at 12:30, and we didn't get in until 2. So sometimes practices are going 3 and 4 hours, and again, there's a lot of teaching that has to go on. Yeah, but I'll go back to it's one thing if you're just doing walkthroughs or you're just doing scrimmage time. I think when you have specific drills that are based to kind of help players learn the system without being beat over the head with the system, those things go pretty quickly, and you're moving from stations and stuff like that. We'll have to see. I think, Mike Brown gave them a day off in the first week, which I thought was very unique. And it was a true off day. Bobby Jackson posting, him taking an off day out on the golf course. They fully took an off day. So I do believe that they are pushing them hard during the practice sessions. And even when they have 2-a-days, which was early in camp, they push them hard and let them go at each other. But at this, you got to keep them fresh. You got to keep everybody healthy. It's one good thing, knock on wood, that we've seen so far outside of Rashawn Holmes having a stomach bug yesterday. To be honest with you, I'm not even sure that I saw him today. I'll have to go back and look at the film, but it's one of those things that you forget about.
There's our first watch the film reference of the year, and it was made by James Ham. I love it. We've got tickets for you to see the Sacramento Kings opening night right now. Caller number 3, 916-909-1320. You can be a part of the festivities on opening night. Of course, you want to be there. It's going to be an amazing atmosphere. Hope is still going to be very, very high that night. So be in the building. Caller number 3 right now, 916-909-1320. You mentioned this, and sorry if I missed it. I know you used the term absorption rate, which is fantastic. That feels like a baseball stat. It's the absorption rate of this hitter here. But when you're giving out, if you're Mike Brown, you're giving out that much information. How do you know that information is being retained, especially that amount of it?
Because you make them show you they can do it in a scrimmage, and that's what we see. We see the 5-on-5s and guys moving around and doing all that stuff. that's where they've got to prove that they are retaining it. And I think you can also you can just feel that this group. I asked Sabonis about this today. It's a higher basketball IQ group than what I've seen in the past here in Sacramento. There is a bunch of smart players, and when I look at it, I think that if it is a higher IQ basketball group, a lot of guys that are experienced, not a bunch of super young rookie players. That tends to make me believe that they're going to take on the information quicker. But again, watching Sabonis just kind of, it's been a lot of practice. And I think that's a good thing and a bad thing. But we'll have to see how it plays out on Sunday when they actually go up against someone else who doesn't know what the offense is about to run and what the defense is trying to stop them with.
Let's step out. Let's come back. We'll talk more with 1320 Kings insider James Ham, creator of the Kings Beat. We're gearing up for Kings basketball this weekend, preseason game number 2. We'll dive into some thoughts on Malik Monk, Kevin Huerter getting that starting spot moving forward, and who's going to be the starting 4. All of that coming up here as D'Lo and KC continue on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Clear.
Hold on, guys.
Clear.
Oh, I was.
I absolutely did forget about the tickets.
I didn't see Holmes.
He was sick yesterday, you said?
Yeah, he had a stomach bug. I see Chima, who has similar hair and goggles.
Yes.
There's a wider shot. I'm guessing he's not there. Huh.
I guess that'll be interesting to watch. If he's not around tomorrow, I guess he probably wouldn't play Sunday. I'm just guessing. I have no idea, but
yeah, that's a good question. It depends on how much it beat him up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, those stomach bugs. He could lose 5 pounds. What was? Did I freeze? I don't think I froze.
No.
Just chop.
No official freeze. Freeze has to be official. You know what really sucks? I just feel how much shit Jordan Poole's going to have to deal with because of this? He got clocked by a teammate and everyone saw it. And he got clocked. And he's a shit talking opponent, fans. He's going to have to deal with this now because of this idiot.
I heard people within the media circle saying that they believe it's possible that he's the one that put it out there. So
well, that's total speculation.
oh no, totally.
But
totally.
That's not even the point. That's
I'm with
out
you.
there now, and he's got to deal
Deal
with
that for the rest of his career.
Yeah, people still talk about D'Angelo Russell in the phone.
Mm-hmm.
How long ago was that? Get over it. Dude's a ball player, man. Get over it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just think that sucks for him.
The one thing is, it was a sucker punch, and I'll tell you, you got 2 dudes who are competing in some weird way for an extension, right? So a lot of people think that Jordan Poole will get an extension, but they can't afford both. Some think that you have to extend Draymond because he's part of the dynasty. And And so there's some tension between those two, partially because of that. And so, yeah, I think it's interesting that, you could see it where someone was trying to spin, the why did this get out here? It's like the, agree with it. Don't
And that's what the Warriors are doing. First thing the Warriors had to say is, we're going to find out how this video got out there.
Yeah.
Guys, your priorities are in the wrong spot right now.
Yeah,
You're
that's
going
the
to
next-
Ramona and Woj about how the video got out and not what was on the video.
Yeah, it's some next level Supreme Court stuff. That's what that is. I mean, it's the same stuff. Like, how did this get out there? Well, I don't know. Well, what do we do now about it? Like, somebody had an idea, but why they would want something out there and why they wouldn't? Yeah. I don't say Aldrin J says, it's a perfect time to trade Draymond. I don't disagree with that. Like, I just, as a basketball player, sure, he helped you win a championship again. But how much does he have left? And do you keep putting up with stuff like this? And at what point does it fracture what's happening behind? Like, even watching Steph have to answer questions about this, it's just not good,
No, he's not worth the headache. He's not that good of a basketball player anymore to put up with this nonsense.
And how much do you have to pay Jordan Poole?
It's gonna be like 130.
Yeah, but would you pay Jordan Poole that?
I would.
Yeah, I would.
If I was him.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, your shooters are getting older. Like, he could be the scorer of your next,
Yeah.
6, 7, 8, 9 years or whatever.
Well, I could see them also looking at Kuminga at the 4 and saying, could Kuminga take over? And, we can't get us the assists. We can't run the ball through him like that right now. But, can he bring the defensive energy, and can he bring more offensively and kind of balance out some of the things that he can't do?
You say there was practice tomorrow?
Yeah, there's practice.
There is practice tomorrow? Very young AJ Styles on my TV.
Oh, wow.
We're coming back. Hang on, guys. Live on Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook as well. Dust off your Facebook account and go like ESPN 1320. You can watch the show there in high definition. It's fantastic. We are in HD now. And James Ham is fluctuating between 4K and dial-up. and that's par for the course. It's one of the great bits here with our 1320 Kings insider, James Ham, who's working all weekend with Kings practice tomorrow. And then, of course, the Kings back on the floor for their second preseason game, this one against Portland. On another note, we were talking about like ramping up and how this game might look different than what we saw last week against the Lakers. But there's kind of also like, hey, this is our opponent opening night. Do you think that factors into, has anyone talked to Mike about that? Do you think that factors in at all to the way he might approach this game?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be some gamesmanship. You don't want them to see everything that you're doing. And, as far as like rotations and stuff, I don't think that will play a role in this at all. But the rest of it, sure. How much of your offense, how much of your defense, if you're doing different switches and schemes. And again, what is it? It's the 8th. We don't have a game for another, like a true regular season game, from the 9th until you're going to play them again on the 19th, right? So you got 10 days to make adjustments. And the team, what the team looks like this Sunday, it should be much improved over what we saw last week, just because they've had so much practice. But then what you see from here, and then mixing in 2 more preseason games, you're starting to get that build up to what we could see. And so your adjustments are going to be smaller. It's going to be more about building chemistry on the court and sort of getting in what it is that you can as far as your offense, your defensive sets, your variance on those sets, and then like get really good at those. And then we'll start growing, but might have to wait until the season and see how it works out, and start adding more in during the season, not just so much now. Now it's about sort of getting better and refining. And I think the one promising thing is in that opener, they had 7 turnovers total. And that's something you don't see in preseason. A team that's barely been together and that ran 20 players out there turned the ball over 7 times. That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you think that, like, in these games, because I like the question that Damien asked about showing too much in this preseason game, but like, is it all just like just general play? Like, they're not really doing too much as far as obviously scheme, but like plays and stuff like that. It's just real general skeleton sets, you know what I mean? Or because Mike Brown is trying to establish something and implement a system and, you know, culture on the court, are they showing a little bit more typically in a preseason game than they would, because he's got to get these guys, you know, got to get it ingrained in them. We were running this offense, or this is how our trap should look, and all this other stuff on the defensive end.
Yeah, I'll call out the Kings film room. Like, if you watch their video breakdown of all the offensive sets from the first game, which I thought that was really, really brilliant. What we're talking about is players getting used to each other, players doing a read and react system. It's kind of like that thing where when a backup quarterback comes in, and then all of a sudden, like, the 4th wide receiver or 5th wide receiver is his target, like, nonstop, because that's the guy he's been throwing with all the time while the other guys are having a good time being starters and all that stuff. He's over there throwing and putting extra time with the 3rd, 4th, 5th wide receivers, 6 wide receivers, 2nd tight ends, 3rd tight ends, and they have better chemistry. So I think that's what Brown's he just needs to get these guys on the court and doing a lot more of, like, sort of the read and react. Like, why are you doing this? The splits, you know, like, we saw some good flow in it. But I also, like, I'm really hoping that that's not it, that we actually do see some of the pick and roll action that was so effective. And I know that Mike Brown is trying to get away from doing pick and roll all the time, so they're not just such a methodical, like a boring offense that just pick and rolls you to death. But there's a reason why the pick and roll has been around the game for like 40 years and is so effective, and that's because it works. So I kind of want to see mixture of both, and for right now, we're seeing a lot of that, again, the read and react stuff, and that just takes time. It takes time to get comfortable, to know where someone's going to go, you know, like to figure out if someone's giving you the look that they're about to cut backdoor, or if, you know, they're going to fake backdoor and come back out around the top. And, you know, so there's a lot of things that guys are trying to learn from each other, especially since they haven't played together. I mean, Sabonis and Fox and Barnes, those are your big 3, and they've only played, you know, 14, 15 games together total. You need to get them out there on the court, moving together, reading each other, reacting, all that stuff.
What do you want to see differently from Sabonis this weekend? I know you talked about you wanted a little more from him against the Lakers. I thought he passed the ball really well. I know they didn't really run a lot through him. I thought he was just brilliant passing the ball, even though it felt like it didn't really lead to anything. They missed a lot of shots at the basket. But what do you want to see from him this weekend?
Yeah, I want to see just more. Run the ball through him. Run the ball through him most of the game. Like, when he's on the court, he's just incredible. So, like, run the ball through him. Like, I want to see that out of Fox, too. Like, those guys should be your primaries, and then the other guys should be hitting open shots and getting ready for open shots, and then moving, and not just standing stationary. And I think that's one good thing about, like, the motion offense they are doing, is just, you know, keep moving, keep getting a flow for each other. But, like, Sabonis needs to be your main cog, and you need to run the ball through him a lot. And, you know, even like if we go back, and I know I compare, you know, the Warriors all the time and sort of what Mike Brown went through last year. I mean, look at how Draymond Green averaged like 7.5 assists last year. I think it was 9.5 the year before. Like, as a big in the post, that's something that the Kings need. They need Sabonis to be that guy who's really, you know, orchestrating everything, and everyone else has to move around them, sort of flying around in his universe. And I think that's what I would like to see them do now. Like, don't wait until we get to the regular season to start showing what he can do and what he can do within the confines of your offense.
James, I don't think we talked about this when we talked to you last week after the game, but what did you think about Davion Mitchell's preseason opener? I thought it was kind of up and down. You know, it looked like you got the proverbial game has slowed down a little bit for him in that second season, but wasn't able to finish at the bucket. In the second half, he played much better and shot looked okay, but I thought it was pretty up and down. What did you think about Davion Mitchell?
Yeah, I thought it was rough. Yeah, he came out and was not shooting the ball well at all early on, and I thought he was forcing it. I kind of like you're looking at him, and you got to hope that he knows who he can be and who he is, like who he is right now and who he can be and how he can get better. And I think he is, but I also, you always worry that some players just aren't willing to accept the role that they're kind of being put in early on. And he's a guy that I think his sweet spot is to average like 12, 13, 14 points a game at the most, not to try to get up to 15 or 16 points a game, because he can be really impactful in a game by doing less. Like more is less, less is more with him, especially on the offensive end. Like save your energy for the defensive end, hit your open shots, on occasion burst to the rim, make your move and get to the rack. But don't worry about scoring in double figures every single night. Like he's going to hang his hat on the defensive end, and that's what he really should be focused on, especially when he's playing alongside a guy like Malik Monk that can get a bucket at any time. Like you're a different type of player. That's okay, but just be, go back to the old, you can be a star in your own role. And for a team like the Kings, that means you could be a star. You could be a star for the team, but you got to be a star in your own role. Like own your role and don't try to do too much. Just do what you're supposed to do really, really well. And that's how this team can succeed if they've got 9 or 10 guys that are doing that.
Is Monk you were talking about Davion really kind of less is more with him establishing himself defensively. Is Malik going to be the focal point of the offense for that second unit?
I think it'll be Keegan Murray if he's not starting. I think he'll be the focal point, and then Monk will be the number 2 option. But yeah.
But what if Keegan's starting? Is that and maybe there's 2 questions there. I'll break my own journalistic rule. Is that part of the I know. Is that part of the reason Keegan is in the second unit because he provides he could be scoring for that unit when you've got Sabonis and Fox, and then you've got Barnes and Herter there. Couldn't he be a 12, 14, 15, 16 point game, a guy in the second unit and having kind of free reign on the offense?
Monk, for sure.
No. I'm sorry. I'm talking about Keegan Murray.
Yeah.
Is that an argument? Is that an argument for keeping Keegan Murray on the bench?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's always going to be the argument. If they do make that argument, I mean, we'll have to wait and see what they do on opening night. But the argument, it will be that he is a guy that you can run the ball through. Maybe not as well as Sabonis, but he's growing in that way, and he's becoming a better passer, and he's a guy that you can go to again, look at his numbers. What do you 99 percentile in the post at the rim in his sophomore year at Iowa. I mean, this is a guy who can really put the ball in the basket, even around the hoop. He's a great 3-point shooter. He's still got to work on his mid-range game and taking guys off the dribble. But he's a guy who plays within himself, and I think that's where you really have to go back to that whole thing that you never put your best 5 players on the court. That's not what most teams do. There are times when they're all on the court together, but starting your best 5 isn't always the best idea. You need to balance out that second unit. You need to make sure, again, the second unit, if you take Keegan out of it and you put anyone else at the power forward spot, are you taking away any post scoring outside of Rashawn Holmes rolling to the basket? So I think it is good to have balance between the two. It's just kind of a bummer because you look at Keegan Murray as a number 4 pick, and most people want him to start, and he's a guy who's got Rookie of the Year aspirations. A team has Rookie of the Year aspirations for him, and coming off the bench, he could still be a Rookie of the Year coming off the bench if the Kings are winning and everything's going great and he's putting up big numbers. But at the same time, it's easier. The path is easier if he's starting and, getting those same reps and starting and playing 30 something minutes a night. You need to get Keegan Murray as many minutes as possible, in my opinion. And that's not because he's got to grow into some role or something. It's because he's a really good player, and he is going to be one of your best 5 players. It's just, how do you use him?
Yeah, thinking about, him coming off the bench, I want him to start, but thinking about him coming off the bench, I mean, it's a pretty elite, I don't want to say elite, but a pretty potentially potent second unit. When you talk about Davion, Monk, Keegan Murray, and Rashawn Holmes as your second unit, that's pretty good, man. So I want him to start, but if he came off the bench, I mean, that just makes their roster, their rotation even deeper, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, that's the key, right? What it really comes down to, it's not so much, how good Keegan is already. I mean, we saw it in Summer League. You saw it in the preseason opener. He just walks on the floor and he looks totally comfortable and ready to play. It's really not about him. It's about who's going to play the position, who's going to start in his place, and whether that person can hold up their end of the bargain. And that's where we come back to like the KZ Okpala discussion right now, because versatility wise, he's a more versatile defender than Keegan right now. Of course, he's got 3 years of NBA experience. Even if he hasn't played that much, he's still, he's a guy who's gone up against Jimmy Butler in practice the last couple of years. So if Okpala can hold his own, and that means hitting his 3-point shot, really, that's what it means, because defensively he's going to be outstanding. As short as that's what it looks like. He's going to be outstanding as part of that starting 5. But if he can hold his own offensively and not just gum up everything, because that's my concern. It's just you can't, having 3 non-shooters in your starting lineup is tough. Like, how are you supposed to get off to a good start when the spacing is crushed on your 2 best players in Sabonis and Fox?
I took Mike Brown's comments that he made to you very, very literally. He said we're going from the rotation will be a lot different on Sunday, going 20 as low, 15 even potentially lower. So I started eliminating guys. Who do you think isn't going to play this weekend? I feel like the obvious, with all due respect, is Merrill. Merrill's probably, if Mike is cutting guys down, I don't see time for Merrill. That I thought was probably the most obvious, and then I wasn't really sure what to do after that. Like, is Keon Ellis not playing? Is Kent Bazemore, who was a part of that last group against the Lakers, is he not playing? Like, what do you think this winds up looking like for guys who aren't playing on Sunday?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's you can cut down pretty quickly. Bazemore has been with that 4th unit the whole time that I've seen him. I don't know if that's how he came into camp. Sam Merrill's been with the 3rd unit the whole time. You got to make a decision between Dellavedova and Quinn Cook.
Yeah.
So I think that's going to continue to be.
I figured one of them would play, but probably not both of them.
Yeah, I would agree. That not both of them will play. What will happen? I think there's a small group. So, somebody says in here, no Freeport. I think that.
Oh man!
There's
forgot about Chimezie.
Well, no, I think that there's a possibility that a small group of guys, Chimezie, Terrence Davis, and maybe one more player, you kind of put at the back end of the 10. So we know that sort of what they're going with right now is the top 10 guys. But then in that next group, I mean, if one of the centers get hurt, Alex Lynn will probably step in. I'd say Neemias Queta, on Sunday, will probably have a difficult time getting on the court. Both 2-way players, and that's just because it is what it is. But, will Chima Moneki, can he get back into the conversation with the guys like KZ Okpala? And I'll even say this, too. We brought this up a little bit last time. There's a possibility that Keegan Murray is so good with the second unit, and that second unit is working so well, that even if KZ Okpala is not working well with the starting group, that you could see him take KZ Okpala, put him deep on the bench, and swap him out for a guy like Metu, swap him out for a guy like KZ Okpala. Just because he's in the starting lineup now does not mean he's in the rotation. realistically, before the preseason, before last Saturday's practice, we didn't even know Casey Okpala would make the team.
Right.
And all of a sudden he's in the starting lineup, and it's like, okay, this is interesting. So yeah, I think we have to kind of wait and see what happens, and let Mike Brown like tinker as much as possible. He still has time.
James Ham, you ready to see my guy Shaden Sharp live and in person on Sunday?
You know, I'm really looking forward to Rasan Gathers will be in the building. Rasan was the media director for the Sacramento Kings for quite a bit of time here, and he left this summer, went to Portland, and I will be very excited to see Son. It's good to see, you know, because we spend a lot of time with those people. So yeah, your guy Shaden Sharp, that's fine, but you know, I kind of, you know, the Jeremy Grant thing, how's that going to work out there? Portland should be intriguing. They're going to be tough defensively with Hart there. And yeah, I'm intrigued to see what they look like.
I think the Kings will be better, but it's close.
I'm not buying them. I can't get in on it. I can't get in. I mean, Jeremy Grant's in a contract year, though. I don't know.
Talented guys, man. I mean, Gary.
No
Payton,
doubt. Yeah, I don't think they're not Houston.
No,
I don't mean that. It's just, I guess it really is Sacramento or Portland, because I see those teams as, you know, they obviously have Dame and we don't, but I'm not in on them yet. I wasn't in on them last year.
Lakers still looking a little funny in the light.
I'm going to say that there's like 4 teams, and I'm going to put sort of in the same bucket. It's the Kings, it's the Lakers, it's the Trailblazers, and I'm going to keep saying it until the Pelicans prove that they are who they are. I'm still keeping them in that bucket of teams that I'm not sure about. And I'll even throw like right ahead of that group is Minnesota, who's either going to be really good or really odd and really miss Pat Bev.
Oh, they're not going to miss Patrick Beverley.
Sure they will.
No, they
Pat
won't.
Bev doesn't miss the playoffs, so just put the Lakers in.
Well, no, this will be the first year he misses then.
Lakers, Corey Joseph him.
It is funny that we don't think about New Orleans that way. They're like a 36-win team last year. And we're like, oh, New Orleans, they're this, they're that. They won 36 games last year. Of course, Zion was gone. But there's question now how does Zion work with all this? But everyone has been so willing to ink New Orleans into one of those slots.
I think they're a playing team, but they're like 7 or 8. New Orleans is they got a lot of guys on that team.
If you're 7 or 8, that's really close to 10 or 11.
Yeah, 7 might not be that. 7 might not be that close to 10.
The key to me is if you can somehow get to 6, if you know you're a 6, then I mean that clears you from the play-in, but it also like establishes that you're on a path. And I don't think that there's a lot of teams that have established that are, you know, that we've got the upper end, the Suns, the Warriors, the Nuggets, even I'd say the Mavs and the Clippers, but then we start getting into some. Like it starts to get a little bit muddied.
Isn't that like a 12-game difference last year between 7 and 10?
I don't remember what 7
I think
was.
the Spurs won 34. Maybe it was a little less than that. Spurs won 34. I think the Clippers won. Did they win 40? Were they over 500? Can't remember.
Well, there's nothing better than us trying to sit around and figure out what the records were last year. So as the show comes to a conclusion, I will tell you. We've got 30 seconds, and I'm told it's a hard out, which means shut the hell up. And it was 46 at the 7 spot for Minnesota, 34 for San Antonio at the 10 spot.
Dead on for you, boy.
And we appreciate you so much for being with us. Check out the Kings Beat. Check out the latest episode of Corners of the Culture, wherever you get podcasts. And we'll see you here Monday at noon on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I love you, Jordan Poole.
Ooh, sweating that hard out, man. Why is the out so hard today? Hey, yo.
Whoa.
What's on after us today?
Hey, yo.
The baseball game, I think. Oh, right on.
Oh.
It's like dealing with a sophomore class.
What is that set out so hard?
Oh,
It's a good question. Question man has been asking for such a long time.
All right, we'll leave you with that high spot. We gotta go, man. Because we got more work to do.
Yeah, we're not done.
So, love y'all, man. Have a great weekend. Have a great weekend. Drink responsibly. Hit the thumbs up before you go, please. I know a lot of you haven't. And don't lie, because I'm looking at the number right now. We should easily be at 200.
Come on.
We always got to cram for the test at the end. Can we get 25 more likes before everybody goes? Just if you haven't hit the thumbs up yet, and there's 248 people, even the one person on Facebook, like hit the thumb. Oh, you already did. Sorry. Person on Facebook, you already hit the thumbs up.
Them. Yeah, thumbs up for
yeah, they doing their work over there on Facebook, but on YouTube, we need at bare minimum 25 more of you to hit the thumbs up before. Yeah, that number is already climbing. We appreciate you. Get us to 200 plus, and we'll see you guys here Monday. 10 more. Have a great weekend. End broadcast.